Hello, hello, gamers. What's up? Nilmi, thank you for the very early 38 month. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Also, Ryushi, thank you for the prime during the starting soon screen. What is up, gamers? Welcome to a an awesome Sunday stream, I hope, because we are quite literally, if you've read the stream title, you already know we are quite literally doing everything today. I feel like it's very possible today is gonna go on for like 10 hours or something. I have no idea, but we're gonna be here for a while. So I hope you all have time because I'm excited. We're doing everything. We are gonna talk about TCG, of course, with the new Forbidden and Limited list, the emergency list that they dropped on Friday. Of course, we've got some stuff to talk about there. Once that's done, we're gonna play some Master Duel because I did have a lot of fun when I played it last time, and we still haven't quite made Master 1 yet. So I think it's gonna be maybe we can just do it today. We should be a couple of games away from it. So that's gonna be something. Then we're gonna play some TCG today because I have peeps on the stream later. We're gonna have another guest on the stream to play some Genesys format. That's right, we're bringing the remote duels back. So we're gonna have some actual Genesys gameplay on the channel, which I'm very excited for. So that's gonna be fun. The fine later. Well, due to the time zone differences, we can't do it at the start of the stream with Peeps because he's from the US. We're gonna do Peeps should be on unless I mix something up with the time zones, but I think Peeps is on in 4 hours. Is when we're gonna do Genesys with Peeps. So we have about 4 hours to talk about current TCG. And then we're also going to do some Master Duel for 4 hours. I mean, we're going to do TCG and Master Duel for 4 hours total. And then we're going to do Genesys with Peeps. And then once that's done, we're going to finish the Pokemon game. I have no idea how long is left from the but I need my life back, okay? I need my life back from the Pokemon game. So we're going to finish it today. I have no idea how long it takes. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done. So yeah, we're quite literally doing everything today. I hope you all excited. I hope it's gonna be a fun time. I think it will be. So yeah, let's jump right in. Let's warm up and then let's get going. What do you mean you need your life back? What's the story? Well, I've been playing a lot of Pokemon, and I've been wanting to play a lot of Pokemon. The new Legends game has been pretty addicting, and I just want to finish it so that I can stop wanting to play Pokemon all the time in my free time, you know? As I have a lot of regionals coming up in November, and the new Banlist got me very excited as well to play even more TCG. So I kind of just want to get that out of the way, you know? All right. Let's guess some cards first, though. You're gonna be mad if I were to say I already made a combo in K9 that searches Spell Canceller and summons it. I'm not mad about that at all, but we'll talk about that later. I'm aware of that already. I'm already aware that there's other combos out there that you can do, but we'll get into that in a second. We'll talk about that aspect as well. But I'm not delusional, okay? I'm not saying, or I don't think that this ban list is gonna remove every single floodgate problem that Yu-Gi-Oh has, but it's a big freaking step, all right? It's a big freaking step, and that's what matters. Ooh, this is the gadget trio. No? Ooh, stronghold? No? Okay, okay, that's bad start. Boot up order gear charge. All right then. Ojama country? Pajama? Ojama pajama. Okay. What is this? I have no idea. Ultimate Providence. I've never looked at it up close. That's a kaiju. I think that's the anti-kaiju. Yeah. No idea. Sentry Soldier of Stone. The left side is cut off. Oh, right, my bad. Insect Queen. It's Tadpole, but it's not Tadpole. Underworld Egg Clutch. Ooh, that's Pitch Black Werewolf. Kozaki. That is Decatron. That is Osha Leon. Boon Cannon Soldier. This is something Nettle. Silent Sea Nettle? Yeah. Madolce. Is it Chateau? Yeah. Don't know this one. Junk Changer. I think that's App Cologne. D.D. Newton. I also don't know. I feel like I've seen this. Fortune Lady Every? Right. I think I was thinking of Mind Castlin. The new synchro. Relatively new synchro. Um, White. I thought it was Halka Fibrax for a second, but it didn't quite look like it. The pose was similar. What's going on here? Ooh, Abacus. Gives me Dream Mirror vibes, but I'm not very good with Dream Mirror names. Yep. Feels familiar. I can't name it. Molten Whirlwind Wall. Stonian Blast. Ooh. Dark Necrofear. Treasure Panda. Which yard? Is that the Paladin of White? The ritual spell for it? I'm not sure. I should skip it. I think it is a ritual spell. Armor Dragon Ritual. Okay. Not the one I was thinking of. Is that Furious Dragon? Okay, this is old. But I have no idea. I've seen it. Goil Goil. This is Scarecrow. Yep. Could be a Raid Raptor, but I don't think it is. What is that? What number is that? 73? Abyss Splash? Supra Splash. What is number 73 Abyss Splash? This is it's not Elder. It's Kimun Falcos, yeah. Puppet Magic. Order to? Oh, is it Order to Smash? Right. Okay. That is just a tree. I have no idea. Gaia Power, of course. Okay, I'm throwing. Oh god, this is TG1 EM1. Shiba. This is Trickstar, I think. But it's one of the... I'm pretty sure it's one of the Link monsters. It could be Bella Madonna. No. Jolly. Holly. Holly Angel. Okay. Have I seen this one? I don't think so. I mean, I've probably seen it, but I have no idea what it's called. Aero Pix 3. This is like armor break. It's something armor. Glass armor? Armored glass? Huh. Uh, Dogmatica. I thought it was Maximus, but you guys are saying Ashion. Okay. Mid piece golem. Medium piece golem, I think. Read the Brave Wonder. This is Infinity Doom Dragon. Ooh, this is Scareclaw Tryhard. This is a Blackwing. This is Blackwing Jet. Blackwing. Oh, Gladius, not Jet. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Trunade or Giant Trunade? Nice. 50-51. This is Daigusto Phoenix. Don't know this one. Gadget Arm. Oh, that's a Predaplant. Yeah. 4 Deedseps. Dark Paladin. Ooh, this is Iron Chain, but it could also be it could be a spell card. I'm gonna skip it. Tuner Capture, okay. This is, it could be Adhara. Don't know this one. Gravito. Okay, it's got X and Y, but is it Z as well? X, Y, Z. Or is it just X, Y? X, Y. Dude, okay. X, Y Dragon Cannon? I don't know this one. Eternal Galaxy. I've seen you. What's your name? I forgot. Does anyone know? Submarine? Tour. Ah, the tour ride. Yes. Curse of Arametir. I also don't know this one. Oh, is that the Mayakashi Floodgate Trap? No, it's not. Wait, what? Fateful Hour? Oh, this feels very familiar. Yeah, who is that? Oh yeah, Condemned Witch. Okay, we won't get a 1,000, but we could get 900. I have no idea which Neos this is. Cosmo Neos. What kind of card is that? Shield Worm. Okay, we won't get 900. I lied. This one feels familiar. X-Saber. I don't know which one, though. I don't have a second. All right, it's average. I feel like this could have been better, but it's not bad. Souza. Yeah. Even the rounds that I feel like are more like average or mid are better than a while ago. I feel like I am getting better a little bit. Oh, okay. Level 4 warrior. Not a dark, not an earth. Cannot be DD warrior lady because of the stats. 2004 through 2014. Relatively small, but more than 1,000. Altitude Knight. I was thinking like it does technically have Armageddon Knight stats, and but it's not a dark, so it could be one of the Armageddon Knight retrains. I'm thinking Dawn Knight. Okay. 1200 defense, but not a light either. Not a light either. Less than 1400 attack. Gosh, okay, it's fire, water, or wind. There's not that many fire, water, or wind warriors, is there? It could be a random elemental hero, I feel like. But it's less than 1400 attack, so it's not ocean. What about Blaze Man? I feel like that's got defense points. Yeah, it's got 1800 defense. Bubble Man is too small. Bubble Man is 800 attack. We're looking at over 1000 attack. Any other fire? What about Lady Heat? Lady Heat is a... Oh, that's a pyro, really. Okay. What about elemental hero? Look into Infernobles. It's 2013. Did they make Infernobles back then already? I feel like Infernoble is way more recent than that. Yeah, no, it's not Infernoble. Altitude Knight. All of the Armageddon Knight retrains have 1400 attack. It's not 1400 attack. So... Shore Knight? What is a Shore Knight? No, there's also an Armageddon Knight retrain. Batlin Boxer? Batlin Boxer is not a bad call. Batlin Boxer... Wait, 2013. Did they make Batlin Boxers in 2013? They did. Okay, anyone? 1200 defense. No. Fire, water, wind. An ice barrier? Does ice barrier have warriors? It does. Okay, this one's from 2021 though. Also 20, okay. Okay, they got a bunch of warriors. Any Gusto or Mist Valley? Mist Valley doesn't have a lot of warriors, it seems. No. Gusto. I don't even know if Gusto has any warriors. No. Okay, let's guess a card that cannot be correct, but we're trying to narrow down the year and the attribute. So let's do Ocean. Because that's 2007. Okay. It is older than 2007. Jesus Christ. Okay. It's not a water, so it's fire or wind, and it's 2006. It's between 2004 and 2006. Sasuke Samurai. Ooh, it could be that. Hold up. There is a Sasuke Samurai. Yes, that's the one. Yeah. I remember this one. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Sasuke Samurai number 4. Okay. Funny card. Yeah, that's a funny card. It's also, this is a cool one to guess because it's like super old, so it's hard to remember, but it's not impossible. All right. Bring back Circular. Thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Even though this is the 13th time that I do not appreciate your username, but I appreciate your resub. Welcome back. Okay. Gamers, like I already said before the warm-up, we are doing everything today. It's going to be a fun day. I'm excited for all of these things. I'm in a good mood. because of course we've had an amazing Forbidden Unlimited list update on Friday, banning all the floodgates, and I've had some time to think about things, and I've got a lot of tournaments coming up in November. Lots of regionals and YCS Bologna are happening in November, so it's a great time to talk about the format, the implications, and so on and so forth. So that's the first thing that we're gonna do today. The other things we're going to do today is we're going to play some Master Duel, because I still want to make Master 1 this month, and I haven't done so yet. And I had a lot of fun when we played on Friday. I probably would have kept playing Master Duel on Friday even longer if they didn't drop the ban list. So we'll do that hopefully today. We are somewhat limited in the amount of time, though, because in a few hours, at this point, 3.5 hours to be precise, we're going to be joined by Peeps on stream to play some Genesys format. We're going to have some Genesys format remote duel content today, which I'm very excited about. And that's going to be fun. I'm going to be able to play my Radiant Typhoon deck on stream for the first time. I wonder what Peeps is going to cook up for Genesys format, because Peeps is already always cooking up some stuff in the TCG and advanced format and stuff. So I'm excited to see what he's got for Genesys format. And I did get the branded structures, so we can try to put the Fallen and the Virtuous into my Genesys deck before it probably gets some points tomorrow. Today is the last day that I'm going to be able to play the Fallen and the Virtuous for 0 points. So we're going to try to fit that into the Radiant Typhoon deck later before we play against Peeps with that. So that should be fun. But that is not going to be the end of the stream once we're done with Genesys with Peeps, because we are also finally going to finish the Pokemon game today. I have no idea how long it's going to take. But look, today it might be a 10-hour stream. I don't care. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be fun. And I'm excited. Did you get any Starlights in the branded structure? I didn't. I opened 3 structure decks. I got a Secret Rare Thrust. I got a Secret Rare Fusion Deployment, and I got a Secret Rare Fallen and the Virtues. Which I'm not too mad about that. Those are all good-looking cards. You know, those are the good ones. If not for a Starlight, those are the ones I wanted. So I'm happy with that. But yeah. All right, gamers. It's been 2 days since this banger of a list has dropped, and it's still honestly a little bit. It still feels a little bit surreal that this happened, which is kind of awesome. I don't know. I've followed the discussion about this ban list online, and I want to talk about it a little bit more today, because. Of course, I posted a video about it, my initial reaction up on YouTube, in case anyone still hasn't seen that or wants to see it. But it's been a couple days since then, and I've been reading the comments and stuff like that. And of course, you know, I would say the perception of this ban list is overwhelmingly positive, which I think is awesome to see. It's awesome to see that, of course, a large part of the Yu-Gi-Oh community really appreciates what they've done here. Because I think if you haven't been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time, or maybe you started even just like a couple years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, like during COVID or something, you picked up the game, you might not know exactly or understand exactly how big of a change this one is, in the sense that not the cards themselves, but rather the process behind this. You know, like the I feel like it's something that a couple years ago they would have never done something like that, and it really shows that there is some development in terms of their approach to handling the TCG, which I think is awesome, because this is effectively an emergency ban list, and I think that is I think that's the one thing that some people who are critiquing this list for some of the stuff that it's missing, don't really understand, I suppose, or aren't really considering, because I've seen some people evaluate this list as if it was a regular ban list. You know, like people have been saying like, oh, where is Habakiri? Or why didn't they hit Yummy? They should have hit Yummy on this because it's like one of the best decks in the format. And it's like, that was not the point. You know, this list was not supposed to provide a huge like change in the format in the sense of the decks that are playable. You know, like it's like they wanted us to play this format with these decks that we have at the moment. You know, we were supposed to play Yummy, Mitsu, Draco Tail format essentially. This doesn't change that, right? And so like I would assume that this is a out of schedule ban list and that we are still probably set for a regular ban list update, probably somewhere around December. Is probably when we're gonna get another update, a regular update to the decks in the format, because this is not an update to the decks in the format. This is a quality of life update to the type of Yu-Gi-Oh that we're gonna play. What this list does is we are going to play better Yu-Gi-Oh with the same decks. Which I guess if you were looking at it through the perspective of a regular ban list, then this wouldn't achieve some of the goals that a regular ban list has, because a regular ban list is here to regulate like the power level of certain decks for the most part, right? It's like certain decks that are currently at the top need to be brought down a little bit, and maybe some older decks that deserve to get some boost, get some cards off the ban list. That is the job of a regular ban list. Like a regular ban list update is supposed to offer some sort of like shakeup in the metagame in terms of the decks that are viable. This is not a regular ban list. This is not doing that. This is quite frankly just an emergency update after what happened at YCS Anaheim. Because the YCS Anaheim stream was pretty bad. It was also the thing that caused me to make that video, right? It's like, and in some ways, this is a good thing, right? It's a good thing that YCS Anaheim happened in the way that it happened, because I feel like it's just been a long time where people have been complaining about this, and we've reached a point where these cards have reached critical mass, and it's like, it's not just one deck that does this, it's a bunch of decks that does this, and the YCS Anaheim stream was very negatively impacted by it. And I do think they care about that, because YCS streams are like probably one of their biggest marketing tools is like people watching YCSs and going like, hey, this looks fun, I want to be part of this. And that didn't happen at YCS Anaheim. So in some ways, they had to do something to make Yu-Gi-Oh look healthier, you know. And this, I honestly think from an outside perspective, this gives a very positive outlook on Yu-Gi-Oh. I think this is a very positive marketing stunt, all things considered. If a company or if a game has a stream where a lot of problematic cards show up, and then the company bans those cards a couple weeks later, I think that's a pretty positive thing. You know, like people who watched YCS Anaheim who aren't playing Yu-Gi-Oh actively yet, or not much at the moment, feel a little bit differently about this now. You know, because what you see now as someone who's just watching Yu-Gi-Oh is tournament happens, tournament reveals some problems get handled as it should be. You know, like this is, from an outside perspective, you look at this and you're like, yes, that's how it should be. And that's good. I think that's a good thing. If people from outside of Yu-Gi-Oh look at Yu-Gi-Oh and be like, okay, yeah, they're handling this right, that's a good thing. And within the Yu-Gi-Oh community, I feel like even the reception has been overwhelmingly positive. There's a couple of people who like, there's literally been comments under my YouTube video. I don't understand. People said, I don't understand why they banned Protoss. I don't understand why they banned D-Barrier. I am past the point of arguing with those people. I don't know. Look, these cards just read your opponent cannot play Yu-Gi-Oh. So I don't think there's a defense for these kind of cards to exist. But this is not what I don't really want to talk about that. I don't know. It's, yeah. I feel like 99.9% of the Yu-Gi-Oh community understands that these cards are not healthy for the game, and therefore should be banned. The number one critique point about this ban list probably is like, yes, but what about this card? What about that card? Why didn't you hit this card? And I do understand that critique to an extent. They're not even wrong. I just don't know if that's the time and place to do this, because this is a huge step in the right direction. Is this the entire step? Is this gonna guarantee a floodgate-free future for Yu-Gi-Oh? No, not yet. But it is a massive step, and it's also a super good precedence. You know, this is something that is probably going to continue, because if look at it from this perspective, okay, even if you are as pessimistic about this as possible, even if you have zero ability to be happy about anything, okay, if this changes nothing, then what's gonna happen, right? If people just find other floodgates and we get the same type of gameplay, then they're gonna be forced to do this again, because the situation was everyone got floodgated. Then their response was, we're gonna ban the popular floodgates. So even if you're pessimistic about this, even if they're gonna continue floodgating, and the next YCS stream looks the same way as YCS Anaheim, then they're gonna have no choice but to go after the next floodgates, because now they've started. Now they've recognized, hey, this gives this game a bad look. Someone somewhere, I have no idea who or what entity, whether I don't really care who was responsible for the fact that we had these floodgates in the game for so long. I don't think it matters. But someone somewhere was convinced that YCS Anaheim was too bad of a look for Yu-Gi-Oh, so they made changes. Big changes. And that is an important precedence for the future. So even if this changes nothing, which it will not, it'll change a lot of things. But even if it changes nothing, even if every single D barrier and every single side deck gets replaced with different Dimension Ground or Harpy's Featherstorm, and if every single artifact Mjolnir duelist replaces the Mjolnir combo with a Spell Canceller combo, and we get the exact same type of gameplay at the next YCS, then they're probably gonna ban those cards after the next YCS. This is the start of an amazing process, hopefully, because it does prove that you know, they do hear concerns to an extent, right? And I think that's very important. Okay. Also, I guess speaking of the biggest question, and I just want to clarify something. The biggest question that people have asked about this particular ban list is like, why on earth did they hit Barrier Statue of the Inferno and not Barrier Statue of the Abyss? Because Barrier Statue of the Abyss, of course, is searchable in Mermail, and that's something that's been happening. And while on the one hand, I do agree that Barrier Statue of the Abyss should also be banned. The particular reason for these two barrier statues, just so we're all on the same page, just so that we all understand, is specifically to hit the searchable combos in Mitsurugi. All of these cards are a response to the current meta decks. Oh, not Abyss, Torrent, right? Torrent, the water one, you know what I mean. Mjolnir is a meta card. Protoss in Ryzeal, very meta. Ouroboros, Ryzeal, D-Barrier, every single deck. Mitsurugi currently combos into Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo. So what they could have done is they could have just banned Pachi and called it a day. However, they're doing something very smart here, which is they are banning the next best option. This is some foresight. This is basically like when they banned Paradise Smasher, they should have also banned Mjolnir. Because obviously, if you think about it for just a couple minutes, if you ban Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo, what happens? You can do the exact same thing in Mitsurugi, because Barrier Statue of the Drought is also a rock type monster. So instead of searching Pachi, you can search that. So it's the exact same combo, the exact same line, just instead of Pachi, you summon the Barrier Statue of the Drought, and your opponent can only summon Earth monsters, but which for most Yu-Gi-Oh decks at the moment is still game. So that's why the Earth statue is here. The Fire statue is here because if you think this one step further, instead of making Gallant Granite to search a rock-type monster, you can make Infernal Flame Banshee to search a Pyro monster. Both are rank 4s. So in the next step, if you ban Pachi and Barrier Statue, would have been to search this Barrier Statue with another rank 4. That's why the Fire Statue is here. The Water Statue, as much as it deserves to be banned, don't get me wrong, the Water Statue deserves to be banned, but these two statues are a specific hit at the rank 4 engines in Mitsurugi. Mainly. And this is a good thing. This is good because this is heads up. If they just looked at the card that people play at the moment, which is Pachi, they would have just banned Pachi and people would have just gone to find the replacements. But they've actually gone 2 extra steps because not only have they banned the obvious replacement for Pachi, but they've even gone 1 step further and also banned the other alternative that requires another rank 4. So, yeah. Look, Water should also be... Look, they should ban all the Barrier statues. They really should. I'll be the first one to admit there are floodgates left in the format. There are going to be other combos. And, you know, getting hit with the Water statue by Mermail is still feels awful, you know? But this is not what this is about. This is not what this is. This is something that is specifically targeted at the meta decks at the moment to make the game more playable and to make the game better actively. And if this is a trend that continues, if they do this, like, people always make it sound like there's always a super convenient and super easy replacement for every single floodgate in the game. I don't believe that. I personally don't believe that is true. I think that if they keep doing this for a couple of ban lists to ban all of the really accessible floodgates out of the top tier meta decks, I think you're going to start scraping the bottom of the barrel relatively quickly. Or in terms of like how good those floodgates become and how effective and how easy they are to search. I think even if, like, you know, Spell Canceller pops up next or something, if you ban Spell Canceller, it starts to become really, really thin. And once again, these cards were being played because they were far better. No one was doing Spell Canceller in K9 Crystron for a good reason, because that combo is a lot weaker and Spell Canceller is so much more breakable than a lingering summon lock of Artifact Mjolnir. So I personally, I'm not a believer of the theory that they cannot get rid of enough floodgates because there will always be a replacement. I don't believe in that personally. I see people coping on Griselle Prison. Okay, so I've opened a couple of cards that I want to talk about that I just wanted to mention in this entire discussion because I've seen it. Griselle Prison is one of those cards that I have open right now. If you control a face-up monster that was Tribute, Ritual, or Fusion summoned until the end of your opponent's next turn, neither player can synchro or exceed summon. Synchro and exceeds cannot attack. Also, their effects are negated. Quite frankly, this is a toxic Yu-Gi-Oh card. It is a toxic Yu-Gi-Oh card. However, I think that this card is probably not good enough to see consistent play. And even if it does, there's going to be a huge this card is going to feel so different than Dimensional Barrier to play against. So because there's a couple of layers to this entire discussion. Because yes, of course, if I'm playing pure Ryziel and my opponent plays this card and activates this card is going to feel miserable to play against. It's going to feel terrible. However, what you're not really looking at is for that scenario to happen, there needs to be a lot of things that align. Because the first thing that needs to happen is my opponent needs to put this card into their deck. Which is always a thing. Because in theory, there's a lot of toxic shit that you can do in Yu-Gi-Oh! But it never happens because people don't play those decks or people don't play those combos because they are toxic but bad, or toxic but way too fragile and way too easy to stop and way too easy to interact with, or way too easy, like they can't win going second, stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff that in theory is toxic and could ruin a game but never actually makes it to tournament play because it simply isn't viable. And one part of cards to be viable is they need to be relatively broad in their use case. You know, like for me to put a Yu-Gi-Oh card into my side deck, I need to see an appeal to it against probably multiple decks in the format, unless one deck is super popular. This is specifically why D-Barrier saw so much play. I'll give you an example. If Dimensional Barrier was worded slightly differently and it only worked against rituals, for example, okay, which is how you use the card against Mitsurugi all the time, right? So a D-Barrier that only works against Mitsurugi would essentially be the same card against Mitsu, because you can call you basically rituals. But a lot less people would play it because you wouldn't be willing, or not as willing, to play a card that's only good against Mitsurugi, right? You can see how that makes a difference on the deck building level already, right? If the card reads only win against Mitsurugi, you will not see it'll not see as much play. It might see some play in a format where Mitsurugi is super popular and everyone is worried about it, but a lot of people would rather play a card that is broader in the applications, right? Like a card like Solemn Strike, maybe, because that you can side against everything. It's also good against Mitsurugi, but you know, that's that. People played a card called Lancia against Malice, yes, but once again, this is where Lancia and D-Barrier are not the same card, because once again, you have to look at how many applications does a card have, and Lancia was a card that was useful every game against Malice. Every game post side, Lancia was good against Malice. Didn't matter if you were going first or if you were going second. A trap card that does the exact same thing would only work half of the games because it only works when you go first. Great example there. No one played Imperial Iron Wall, basically ever. Because that card, it technically does the same thing against Malice, but you can only use it when you start. And that means you put this card into your side deck just for going first and just for one matchup. And as a result of that, it is essentially not viable. So there's a lot more to understand about these types of cards than just this card is unfun, therefore I'm going to be worried about it. And the whole point that I'm getting to with this is D-Barrier was specifically so popular because D-Barrier was so diverse and so useful against everything. D-Barrier is essentially good against every deck that isn't a Link deck. In the current format especially, there's also a lot of decks that only rely on one summoning mechanic and one summoning mechanic only, and therefore you can essentially side D-Barrier against everything. It's good against Draco Tail. It's good against Mitsu. It's good against Yami. It's good against Branded. It's good. It's whatever, you name it. You understand how good D-Barrier is. So the first thing you want to look at with these kind of cards is how tempting are they to play, because how many decks do they hit? And a card like D-Barrier just hit too many decks. And therefore, it was actually being played a lot. Of course, D-Barrier had formats where not as many people played it, but history just proves that every other format, people are going to start playing D-Barrier, right? Griselle Prison, on the other hand, is something that basically in every single format, unless we're talking, let's say a tier 0, if there's a tier 0 Ryziel format, yeah, you could think about playing Griselle Prison. You could think about it. But even then, the card is basically going to be unusable against a lot of decks in the format. And it even comes with a condition, right? Like you need to be able to play in order to use this card, which might sound like a small thing, but the amount of games where your opponent has bricked or you hand trap them and then they can't combo and then they just set D-barrier and skip your turn and then combo the next turn, that number of games is significant. If my opponent in the Mitsurugi deck activates Habakiri, tributes Saji, and then I ash it, and then they have a thrust in hand, they can't thrust for this to skip my turn, even if I'm playing Ryzeal. They have to be able to combo somewhat to use this card. If I ash a Rahu Draco Tail and they can't play, they can't set Grizel Prison and Floodgate me. It doesn't work, which makes these kind of cards more interactable in some way, shape, or form. And this is just a couple of the reasons why this card is never going to see the amount of play that D-Barrier had. Like, of course, some people might play it in some formats because they play a deck that can facilitate it and because there's a couple decks in the format that it hits. But it's not going to be nearly as popular as Dimensional Barrier. And that means it's going to have significantly less impact on your tournament experience because there is statistically such a big difference when you go to a tournament where, in theory, every single round after siding, your opponent has D-Barrier in your deck, so you will get D-Barriered a bunch of times. That's basically, at this point, before this ban list, it was almost statistically guaranteed you would get D-Barriered at a long tournament. Like, you cannot go 15 rounds at a YCS in an environment where everyone sides D-Barrier. You would never go 15 rounds without getting D-Barriered. It was statistically almost impossible. Because every single time they go first, they're gonna have probably 3 D-Barriers in their deck, or thrust and D-Barrier or whatever. They have like an overwhelmingly high probability to see D-Barrier if you play 15 rounds. And this card, it makes a difference if this card is only in every, let's say, 4th of your opponent's decks already. Then that's going to make a huge statistical difference as to how many times you're going to see this card. My prediction is you're never going to see this card realistically. If you go through a 15-round tournament like a YCS, I think realistically maybe you're going to see a single Grizel Prison, if even that. If you're playing a deck that's weak to it. But once again, not many decks are. So, yeah. I think a more realistic card that could see play is Harpy's Featherstorm. Because once again, Harpy's Featherstorm fulfills the most important criteria for a side deck card for going first, which is this is good against everything. Right? That is something that I think that is the number one criteria for these kinds of cards, is that it's good against everything, because that's just how it is in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like everyone has the Mold Charmies in their main deck and stuff like that. When people build their side deck, they need cards that they can side into every matchup, right? This card does not offer this. If you have this card in your side deck, this is not something you can side in every time. You know, doesn't cover Draco Tail, doesn't cover Mitsurugi, so on and so forth, right? Like this card, essentially, you cannot rely on this card being sideable when you're going first because, you know, it might not be good. This card, on the other hand, does fulfill that criteria. Once again, Harpy's Featherstorm is a giga toxic card. And I'm hoping it's up on the chopping block next if it actually sees play. The problem with Harpy's Featherstorm is the other argument that I made earlier, which is that Harpy's Featherstorm needs setup. For some decks, this is easier to do than for others. You know, for example, I think Ryzeal decks are going to be able to do this very easily. One rank 4 will do it. But as easy as it can be for some decks, it does not work all the time. Once again, same example as earlier. If I hand trap my opponent's starter, if my opponent breaks, or if I stop them from playing in other ways, this is not something that they can do to turn skip me back. But it is this card I am a little bit more concerned about than Grizel Prison. I think there's going to be a lot of decks that are going to look into the direction of Harpy's Featherstorm to replace D Barrier. So we'll see about that. But once again, this is why I think it's so important to look at this ban list as a first step and not a end-all be-all solution. So the thing that I'm excited about with this ban list is the philosophy behind it. The philosophy behind this ban list is removing unfun cards from Yu-Gi-Oh! And if this is a philosophy that they've applied now, I think they're going to apply it again in the future if a card like this pops up and becomes the new D Barrier. Yeah. I'm just worried they won't keep up this kind of speed in tackling annoying sideboard floodgates. Well, I mean, technically, I hope they don't keep up the current pace because it took 9 years for D Barrier. I can't see into the future. I can only tell you what I'm seeing right now. And what I'm seeing right now is a lot of good things that happened in 2025 in terms of the decisions in ban lists and other things. I do think this ban list is just another step in the right direction and a huge step at that. Yeah. So that's why I'm feeling positive about stuff like this. And once again, I don't think Harpy's Featherstorm is the same level busted as Dimensional Barrier was. It's a toxic card, and if it really becomes that popular, then you know, it's gonna be a thing. I'm not actually sure how many decks can easily facilitate this card. Like, I'm pretty sure decks like Draco Tail or Mitsurugi. I mean, Mitsurugi can make a rank 4, but not if they get ashed or anything. So I'm not sure, like, if I'm playing Mitsurugi, I'm not sure if I would rather try to make a rank 4 in order to Featherstorm my opponent, or if I would rather just play like Solemn Strikes or something. Or Solemn Strike, or Solemn Warning, Solemn Judgment, or any other card for the matchups. I don't know if Harpy's Featherstorm is the most reliable thing, because it just doesn't help when you get... let's say you get ashed on your Saji, then I'm not sure this is going to be the solution to that, you know? The problem is, as long as a card like Featherstorm exists, you might have to either full stop your opponent with a hand trap or not interact at all. Yes, but like, you're saying exists, but I'm saying what matters in this instance is not that this card exists, but that this card actually sees out of play. I don't think this card offers the same consistency in terms of its performance as other cards at the moment. And I think there's going to be a couple of decks where this is not going to be the solution. At the moment, just get rid of it before it's ever an issue. Look, the problem is that no one disagrees with you, but that's not really what this is about, right? Like, I'm not saying this card should be legal. But I'm not sure how realistic it was that they were going to ban every single floodgate at once. But the fact that we got 7, or I mean 6 plus Ouroboros, the fact that we got 6 that are probably the most popular floodgates at the moment, or I mean the barrier statues weren't, but they would have been without Patchy. I just don't understand how we can't be incredibly positive about this. Because once again, I think the most important thing is the thing that I said earlier. Even if you go maximum pessimistic mode about this, and you say like, oh, this changes nothing. People are just going to replace these cards with other floodgates and the gameplay is going to be the same. Even if that's your opinion, you should look at this from the perspective of, well, if this is the type of gameplay that Yu-Gi-Oh has, then this is what they're going to do about it. So if every one of these cards has a direct replacement, then those cards will probably be gone soon as well. Because if this type of gameplay, this is a statement against this type of gameplay, right? And that's the amazing news here. That this type of gameplay is not what we want. And that they see that. So if we have other cards that provide exactly the same gameplay and are going to be popular, then I would think that those cards go. So, yeah. The amazing thing is it seems like they have a lot more freedom than before. Big hope. I mean, there are a couple of things I think that have changed in the trading card game landscape that are causing these sort of changes in their behavior. You know, like this is stuff that maybe 10 years ago they didn't have to listen to that much feedback because there wasn't as much competition. You know, and this is like more competition ends up just always being better for the consumers, for the community, because the more competition there is, the more the company has to try, you know? Like for so many years, I feel like it was just Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Who all had their communities, but they weren't super worried, I think, about like everyone going to another game because the games are pretty different and everyone just played the one that they preferred, or some people maybe played multiples, but they weren't, it didn't even feel like there was a lot of competition going on between those three. It was like they all three just coexisted as like the biggest trading card games, and it was fine. And I feel like at the moment, the fact that, you know, other trading card games are popping up and stuff is something that they are aware of, you know? It's also not always easy to get well-reflected feedback about the game. Look, I am a content creator on the internet. I know and I understand now how difficult it is to differentiate between good feedback where people mean well and want only the best for the game and are offering their feedback as a result of that, and then there's like so many people who just yap and rage bait or like just hate on Yu-Gi-Oh but haven't played a game since 2010 or whatever. It's tough to differentiate between all of that. It's not that easy, especially for people that are like managing the game but not maybe actively playing it like all the time and stuff like that. Like it becomes very apparent when you read any comment section. But yeah, because I feel like negativity always tends to be louder in some way, shape, or form, which is kind of sad. It's you can read like you can read 10 comments about like how amazing this ban list is, and then there's one who says this is the worst ban list ever and this is why they quit now, and that comment is probably going to stick with you longer than the 10 people who said finally. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird how sometimes it's harder to hear like the 99% positivity on this ban list than the 1% who aren't happy. But yeah. The good news is I think the overwhelming majority of the feedback that they've gotten about this ban list is positive. And that's what I'm hoping is going to give them a better idea of what we want, and also hopefully the numbers to back this up, you know, the numbers to show to their bosses or whoever is ultimately behind these decisions, to say like, yeah, this stuff that we did last time, that was a banger, you know. Most people like that, so can we do that again, type of thing. Okay. Instead of just talking about how good it is that they banned floodgates, I wanted to spend a little bit of time, also for myself, to think about what this means. Because while the ban list doesn't actually directly affect any of the engines at the moment, except for Artifact, the Artifact lock in K9 Crystron and Ryziel, which were two decks that, quite frankly, I personally wasn't considering anyways. I was not considering to play Ryziel or K9 Crystron, so that doesn't matter as much to me. But all of the other top tier meta decks at the moment are basically still intact in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just what really changes here, and that's a discussion I've been wanting to have, because it's a question that I've been asking myself, because starting next week, I have a regional every single weekend over the course of November. I have in some weekends even multiple regionals. I'm going to be playing the German Open, I'm going to be playing the French Open, and I also have YCS Bologna in November. So there's a lot of really important tournaments that I'm attending in November. And I've been thinking, you know, what am I going to play? And in order to better understand what I'm thinking about at the moment, I guess it's best to start before the ban list and what I was thinking there. And I've made a video about that, so I don't want to spend too much time talking about it, but I've made a metagame discussion like last week where I'm talking about the options and stuff like that. And one of my main takeaways from that discussion was I wanted to look into the direction of decks that don't suffer from dimensional barrier as much. It was that much of an issue to me that I was considering playing decks that don't lose to D-Barrier. I was looking in the direction of Sky Striker. I was looking in the direction of Orchist. I was even, look, it was so bad. I was so down bad that I was considering to play Malice because it doesn't care about D-Barrier, Droll, and so on and so forth. That's how down bad I was. I was considering to play Malice at the German Open and stuff. Which is not a reality that y'all want to be in, where I would have done that. So Konami said we can't have that happen, so we're going to ban D-Barrier now. 9 years after it's been printed, Josh is about to consider Malice for a tournament, so we better, things must be things must be down bad. So yes. So in some ways, this ban list doesn't change anything about the decks that are viable in the format. On paper, you can still play Mitsuyami, you can still play Draco Tail, you can still play Pure Yami, you can still play Pure Mitsu, and so on and so forth, right? On paper, it doesn't change much about that. However, the non-engine that people play should always impact your deck choice as well. You know, it's always it is always a consideration. You don't only think about the decks that people play, you also think about the cards that people play in those decks, you know? We've talked about it countless times in the past. If Drollin Lockbird is a super powerful card, and super popular in the format, then you might not want to play the rogue deck that loses to Drollin Lockbird, right? You might want to play a different deck. And this is why the specifically the ban of Dimensional Barrier, I believe, can have a huge impact on the format, you know, because single-handedly Dimensional Barrier was a reason for me to not consider a couple of decks. So it's just natural that those decks are going to get a boost from this ban list, you know, like Pure Draco Tail, Pure Mitsurugi, Pure Yami, also branded with the new structure deck as well. All of those decks, I think I probably wouldn't have played because D-Barrier is a thing, and that kind of sucks. So all of those decks become more viable now. And a deck like Mitsurugi Yami is an interesting deck, but I feel like it's one of the, I guess for me, one of the main reasons to play a deck like this. It's not the only reason, and this deck, in my opinion, it's still going to remain good. But one of the more important reasons was the fact that it was good into D-Barrier. You know, like you if you have Yami and Mitsu access, your opponent can't Dimensional Barrier, both of those things. They're going to have to decide, do I call Synchro? Do I call Ritual? Can't call both, and therefore I'm still going to be able to play even if I get debarriered. So I think this deck is going to become a little bit less popular, even though it's still going to be good and part of the metagame. For the two reasons that I just stated, but TLDR, I think other decks benefit from a debarrier ban more than this. So the gap closes a little bit. And this deck itself loses the advantage of being good into debarrier over other decks. You know, like if you directly compare, for example, Pure Mitsurugi and this deck to each other, one factor that you might make your decision by is Pure Mitsurugi was dead into debarrier every time, you know, and that is no longer the case. So I think this deck is an option and should be considered an option, but I do think that all the other decks are also back on the menu for me personally. Currently, I'm eyeing. I think Branded is a deck that I can't really say much about yet because I haven't tested it yet. I'm going to be able to record some gameplay with Branded this upcoming week. So we're going to be able to take a look at it maybe, but I'm not much of a Branded expert myself yet. But I think Draco Tail is going to be pretty nice without debarrier in the mix, because Draco Tail actually plays into some boards surprisingly well with the power spells that it has. Yeah, so I think Draco Tail is neat. I also think Pure Mitsurugi. I mean, this goes without saying. I think both Pure Draco Tail and Pure Mitsurugi are going to be pretty well off after this ban list, which is good news. I mean, essentially, if you want to be somewhat pessimistic about this or whatever, you could say that what this ban list did was it put us back to the beginning of the cycle, right? Where in the beginning of the format or in the beginning of the cycle, we always tend to prefer like the fair decks until someone finds like the broken shit, like the Mjolnir lock, the Protoss stuff, and so on and so forth, right? So there's a possibility that a couple weeks down the line, we are not looking at Pure Yummy, Pure Mitsu, Pure Draco Tail anymore, but instead people go back to some hybrids, some higher combos. Maybe someone finds the next crazy stuff to do with K9. All of that is possible, but I still feel like it's good to be at the start of the cycle rather than already at the point where everyone is playing the crazy combo piles, right? But yeah. Are we back to board breakers being good? Okay, so one card in particular, I think, is going to be a very, very strong card in this format, at least in my first impression. And that is Dark Ruler No More. I think at the moment, even I'm looking at it from the perspective of before this ban list, Dark Ruler No More was considered one of the better cards in the format because it was very strong against Mitsurugi Yami, very strong against Pure Yami, very strong against or it's good against Mitsurugi as well. It's just not that great against Draco Tail. But even against Draco Tail, it can be of value. You know, it's not like a dead card in the matchup. The one matchup or the two matchups where this card was completely awful was K9 Crystron and the Ryziel decks. Basically the decks that FTK you and you can't break their board because there's like lingering floodgates or hand loops involved and stuff like that. So against those two decks, this card wasn't great, and those two decks are hit the hardest by the ban list. You know, no more, at least for now, no more lingering floodgates from them. And also, just in general, Dark Ruler No More, even though both of them are non-engine, Dark Ruler No More, one of the biggest enemies of this card was debarrier. There's nothing worse than having a Dark Ruler in your hand, your opponent goes full combo, Mitsu Yami, you look at it and you're like, yes, I can break this because I have Dark Ruler in my hand, this is definitely playable. And then at the end of their combo, after you've watched them play for like 5 minutes and thinking to yourself, yeah, my hand is good, already thinking about the order that you're going to try to break this board after you activate Dark Ruler and stuff like that. And then at the end of the combo, they set one card, you go activate Dark Ruler, they go, okay, you start playing, and they go activate D-Barrier. This D-Barrier is one of the best answers to board breakers. You know, there's no lightning storming a D-Barrier. There's no evenly matching away a D-Barrier. There's no Dark Ruler and then play under D-Barrier. So board breakers are good in an environment where D-Barrier isn't a thing anymore, right? So Dark Ruler No More, I think, gains huge buffs from all of this. You know, Dark Ruler No More is going to be a pretty strong card against a lot of decks in the format. And I think that's going to be interesting. Droll Knockbird is in an interesting position right now, I think, because at the moment, from my perspective at least, I think it's hard to predict how good this card is going to be, because if you look at the deck breakdowns here, like this card hits essentially, in my opinion, this card hits Mitsuyami and Mitsu pretty well, but it's not very good against Draco Tail, Pure Yami, and some other of the more rogue-ish decks, like, for example, I mean, Malice. I think Malice is going to go down in representation because it was, like, once again, I think one of the reasons to play Malice was D-Barrier, and that's gone, but people still might play Malice, but Droll seems more hit or miss now, because the deck you really want to hit with it, personally, I predict Mitsuyami to be less popular now. Not unpopular, but less popular is how I would personally predict it, at least in the beginning. And yeah, in general, I think board breakers are back on the menu. That's not only Dark Ruler, but that also includes cards like Lightning Storm or Feather Duster. Those cards can potentially have a lot of value. I personally, Lightning Storm and Feather Duster, I only really see as side deck cards, but Dark Ruler No More could make it into some main decks. One of the reasons to play Malice is board breakers. Try to break a Malice board. Yes, but that's the problem is, like, I don't think hand traps are gonna go anywhere. Personally, I think specifically Fuva, Ash, we might see a return of Ghost Bell as well. I think Ghost Bell is looking better again, because I do think decks that really benefit from this are the decks that people originally played Ghost Bell for. It's funny because we are very, very close to the situation that we were in before YCS Lil, I would say. Before YCS Lil, everyone was expecting the format to be pure Draco Tail, pure Yami, pure Mitsurugi, and therefore people played the non-engine accordingly, right? People played Ash, people played Bell, and so on, right? I think this is kind of where we are again, with some smaller differences, because I think in these lower ceiling decks, they do have a lot of things going for them. Whereas I think over time, people just realized, yeah, it's pretty rough in a format where everyone plays D-Barrier to play a pure deck like this, when you can also play like the more powerful hybrids that also kind of play around D-Barrier better. What happened to Lunalight? Nothing. I think Lunalight is in some ways exactly where it wants to be, because if Lunalight becomes too popular, then I think it'll be pretty bad. But if Lunalight is unexpected, then it can thrive, and I think I think Lunalight is kind of at that point at the moment. Like, people are somewhat prepared for it. You know, you see here, this is just a random example I brought up from YCS Sao Paulo. People have cards like Wosu in their side deck to counter something like Liger Dancer. They're playing Psyframe Gear Epsilon to negate D-Barrier, by the way. This is crazy work. But Lunalight is fine. What do you say about this cycle? People like to point out that the format starts with breakers, then hand traps take over, and then we go again with the new meta. Can we break this cycle with banning floodgates? Hold up. I know what you're referring to. I also know I know someone on Twitter who always posts this. Hold up, let me bring it up. In some ways, yes. But let's talk about that real quick. So, new format. Board breakers is the play. They were not. Back to hand traps. New format. This was Has who posted it, but I've seen this graphic a bunch of times, and it's actually quite interesting because it reflects on something that is very essential, I think, to Yu-Gi-Oh deck building and like analyzing Yu-Gi-Oh formats. Is that there is always development within a format, and it's very, very important to keep an eye out for what people are doing at the moment and what kind of strategy beats it. Because to an extent, card games and meta games are always, in some way, shape, or form, like a giant rock, paper, scissors thingy. But instead of rock, paper, scissors, where one thing always beats the other, it's just something that where one thing is very favored over the other. For example, in theory, if someone plays a deck that is very, very low to the ground, but makes, let's use Pure Yummy as an example, right? Like Pure Yummy is a deck that's very consistent, has a lot of room for non-engine, and makes like relatively breakable boards and is very strong into hand traps, right? And so if a deck like that is popular, one way to beat that deck is to just play like a high engine deck with board breakers. And this is what this refers to, right? If people play those kind of decks, those kind of fair decks, one thing that is favored into those decks is when you don't try to hand trap them, but instead you try to board break them when you're going second, right? So instead of playing a lot of hand traps like Imperm and Veiler and stuff like that, you play cards like Droplet, Deep Barrier, Dark Ruler in decks with solid engines to beat their non-engine when you're going second, right? And this is something that people did to some extent at YCS Lille and YCS Anaheim, right? Like people were playing Pure Yummy and Draco Tail and stuff like that, kind of like low to the ground, mid-rangey decks. And one way to potentially exploit that was to play combo decks with board breakers. And then you can exploit that by playing decks that simply cannot be board broken, right? Which is decks like K9 Crystron, or decks like the Ryziel deck that people played at YCS Anaheim, where it's like, if my opponent is not on hand traps, instead my opponent is on board breakers, I will basically win going first every time. And so there is basically a cycle between playstyles and non-engine, because certain playstyles are good against other playstyles and certain non-engine are good against other decks. And so you, as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, basically what you want to do is you want to observe the trends and you want to make the right call before a tournament. When you make the decision, do I play hand traps, do I play board breakers, you should always take into account what kind of strategies are people using at the moment and what kind of approach is best for that, right? Because the nice thing about hand traps to an extent is that hand traps are the universally, like, let's say, better cards. You know, hand traps are going to provide value in every matchup, and that's kind of like, I think that's kind of what tends to happen when people are at like a certain point where there's either too many different things or there's too many or like you can't decide because people are kind of doing both. That's when people play hand traps, and then you want to play the decks that are good into hand traps, and those decks sometimes are bad into board breakers, and so on and so forth, right? But when a format becomes too diverse, and maybe when the decks become too strong into board breakers, then people are forced to play hand traps, and then when people are forced to play hand traps, you play the decks that are good into board breakers, and so on and so forth, right? So this is not necessarily something like it says they were not on this graphic, which I don't personally like because they definitely are sometimes. It's just that once board breakers become a play, once board breakers become an option in Yu-Gi-Oh, then of course people are going to iterate on that. People won't, if you start playing board breakers and beating all of the pure Yummy opponents because they can't really win against that because they always get super polyed or they always get dark rulered, of course they're going to adapt. Of course they're going to play either they're going to play a different deck or they're going to try to find a combo that beats the board breakers. Perfect example of this is that Yummy has been doing more like when people just don't hand trap it, there's a couple of combos out there that Yummy can do that, like for example, Hyper Librarian draw 3 cards. And then they have more non-engine in hand to survive your board breaker, right? You super poly their board, but they still have like 5 hand traps because they summoned Hyper Librarian. So board breakers probably were the play before they started doing that. But once they started doing that, you have to adapt and move on from the board breakers because you can no longer board break it. Of course, this entire cycle struggles a little bit because there's a couple of cards out here that kind of like break this entire equation that don't work like traditional board breakers, or they don't work like traditional hand traps. A perfect example of this is the Molcharmies, because Molcharmies are technically hand traps, but they don't actually stop your opponent from doing anything. So they hypothetically always work, you know, and they always punish combo decks with higher engine count, and trying to make crazy boards into board breakers might not work if you're under a Molcharmy. Which is another thing. I feel like that's to an extent favoring these types of decks like pure Dracotail or pure Yummy. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why people would prefer to play those decks if they can, right? If those decks are available as an option, then people want to play those because they offer like safer gameplay into like hand traps and stuff. At least that's how I look at it. That's why I personally like mid-range, because I feel like mid-range is well positioned into like everything somewhat. But then I often ended up playing in recent formats. I ended up playing the more fair, quote unquote, mid-rangey decks that then maybe could be overwhelmed by certain board breakers. Like I played pure Yummy a lot. Before that, I played a lot of pure Mitsurugi and so on and so forth. You know, like I played pure Ryziel a lot and stuff like that. Like it's just the type, and all of those decks have one thing in common. They tried to make smaller boards, but therefore they were better into stuff like Fuva. But they could be board broken with, in Ryziel's case, an Ultimate Slayer. In Mitsurugi's case, maybe Super Poly was one of the better ones against it, and also against Yummy, right? So it's just something, and you know, it's I also don't always get the call right on this sort of stuff. Like I would say, for example, at French Nationals, my Mitsurugi deck was a pretty good call because everyone was playing the high impact hand traps to beat stuff like Mitsurugi Ryziel or Malice, right? Everyone was playing Fuva, Perulia, and so on. And my pure Mitsu deck was pretty good against that. So as a result of that, I went undefeated in Swiss. And then at YCS Lille, I played pure Yummy. But in Lille, actually, a lot of people were playing more like Super Poly and Dark Ruler kind of cards, which I got blown out by a couple of times. So maybe in hindsight, at that tournament, I would have been better off playing a higher ceiling type deck, you know. And but you know, it's interesting. It's an interesting thing to always like think about. And right now, it's hard to say where we're at because technically, the format was at a point where people were gravitating away from the fairer decks into the more unfair decks, right? People were gravitating more towards Mitsurugi Yummy, for example, for a couple of reasons. Higher ceiling, better into D-barrier, can overwhelm other decks because their boards are too fair, like Dracotail and Pure Yummy and stuff like that. The problem is essentially that this ban list is not a full reset. You know, we're not starting a new format. We're just starting this format without the floodgates, which begs the question, like, where does this reset us to? Does this reset us back to pure Mitsu and pure Draco Tail? Or does this not matter enough and people are still going to play Mitsurugi Yami? I guess is the most interesting question. Because if you look at the decks here, funnily enough, I think the best example of this is the Mitsurugi Yami deck itself. If you look at the non-engine choices here, you will find a lot of differences to what people did early on in the format, right? Like early on in the format, everyone was doing like, oh, Ash, Bell, maybe Super Poly, and so on. Whereas like this list has already evolved past that as a response to everyone else playing stuff like Mitsuyami. Like this is basically, this Mitsuyami list is built to beat other Mitsuyami lists, right? That's why it has Droll. That's why it has Dark Ruler. That's why it has Molcharmy Meowls. And the Fuva is obvious, right? Of course, the Fuva is also here. So to an extent, this deck exists because, like, to counter itself. This is the non-engine choices in this deck are a result of the format. If people keep playing Dark Ruler, Droll and Lockbird, Meowls, then I wouldn't play Mitsurugi Yami. You know, it's basically a development that has happened because people found Mitsurugi Yami, people realized Mitsurugi Yami is really good into what everyone is playing. Therefore, Mitsurugi Yami became more popular. So naturally, people have started playing the non-engine cards that are best against Mitsurugi Yami. So moving forward, had we not gotten a ban list, I don't think Mitsurugi Yami would have been that good of a call, because you would have run into a lot of Drolls, a lot of Dark Rulers, and so on and so forth, even in people's main decks, right? Which leaves basically the question of where are we? Where are we now that D-Barrier is banned and that some of the other floodgates are banned? Where are we now? Like, are we expecting people to just keep playing Mitsuyami? Do I keep putting Dark Ruler in my main deck, or do I think people are going to go back to pure Mitsurugi, pure Draco Tail? It's something that I can't accurately predict it. I personally think the truth, as always, is probably somewhere in the middle. I think there's going to be some people that will move away from Mitsurugi Yami because they would rather now play their pure Mitsu deck without getting D-Barriered, or their pure Yami deck, or even something like Branded or other options that they were previously not playing because D-Barrier was a thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to predict. I think moving forward, for now, I think Mitsurugi Yami is going to be fine. But I don't think I would play it at my next tournament. Like, I personally, and I do think partially, this is somewhat of a personal decision. You know, some people will just play this because they prefer the playstyle. I would probably rather play a deck that doesn't lose as hard to stuff like the Molcharmies or Dark Ruler. I personally, I think pure Draco Tail is looking mighty fine right now. Like, I think pure Draco Tail was already looking really strong beforehand, but D-Barrier made me not want to play it. Now, I think pure Draco Tail is pretty awesome. I just don't feel like Draco Tail has a huge problem anymore. Right? It's like Draco Tail is pretty adaptable to the format. As in, if you're trying to beat the fairer decks or other Draco Tail decks, you can just play cards like Bell and so on in your Draco Tail deck. But if you want to make your Draco Tail deck better into like other Mitsuyamis and stuff like that, dude, like Draco Tail is one of the best decks to play Charmies in, because like if you go first and you have dead Charmies in your hand, just fuse them away. If you're going second and your opponent plays into the Charmies, congratulations, your 5 mana is going to be fat. So, like, you have a lot of options in Draco Tail to adapt to the metagame. The one thing that Draco Tail couldn't adapt to was D-Barrier, right? That was just something that you just had to accept. You just had to accept that D-Barrier was going to destroy you. So I think Draco Tail is looking pretty good. In terms of which non-engine I would play right now is I think you basically you make a decision of, do I want to focus on the low power decks game one, or do I want to focus on the high power decks game one? And then you're gonna choose your non-engine accordingly. What I mean by this is you're either gonna play like the Bell and the Nibiru and stuff like that to be better into stuff like pure Yummy, or you're gonna play like a bunch of Charmies to be better into Mitsuyami. Personally. Retaliating C is still annoying? Yes, Retaliating C is still annoying, but Retaliating C is much easier to handle than D-Barrier, just conceptually. It's like, yes, Retaliating C, and Retaliating C is probably going to be a pretty good card moving forward in the format, because Draco Tail and Branded and Lunalight are all three decks that will be played just because they're good and because D-Barrier was really good against them. So I think Retaliating C is certainly something to consider moving forward. Yeah, we'll see. We're making peace with Sanctifier now? What do you mean by that? Branded fake? Okay, why is Branded fake? Because I've been thinking about this, and I do think Branded is not looking too bad in the current format. Like, what speaks against like a classic board breaker Branded approach where you play Super Poly, Droplet, Dark Ruler, and stuff? 3 new quick play doesn't make the deck insane. It's not about the new quick play, in my opinion. It's not much about the new quick play. The new quick play is decent in it. I think it helps a little bit, but I feel like just conceptually, Branded is a pretty good deck because its going first is pretty strong. You could make the argument, okay, Ash Blossom and also Dominus Impulse are fairly popular. That's true. However, I think going second, Branded is relatively well positioned in the current format because stuff like Branded was never a good hand trap strategy, right? Branded was never good at hand trapping the decks in the format. So if that's what's necessary, Branded was always kind of bad. At the moment, I don't feel like that's the case. I can definitely see a Branded deck beating Draco Tail, Yummy, maybe even Pure Mitsu going second if it draws a decent hand, you know, like if there's a Super Poly involved, or a Droplet, or a Dark Ruler, or a Fuva. I think Branded can cook. I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Branded was literally the FTK decks, right? Because you just couldn't board break a Mjolnir, or you couldn't board break a Ryziel deck. So I think Branded's fine. And I do think D-Barrier was a huge reason to not play Branded, because it's not a good combo. If your deck lets the opponent full combo going second and then tries to break the board, and then on top of that is completely nullified by D-Barrier, that's not a good combo. That's like the worst thing that can happen is when you rely on board breakers and you die to a single D-Barrier, right? So though I think it's hard to state the impact that banning D-Barrier has on decks like this, right? Like single-handedly for me in the last format, I would have never considered to bring Branded to a big tournament just because D-Barrier. Everything else doesn't even matter, in my opinion. But if you get D-Barriered 1 out of 3 games, at least, going second, post side, it's going to make it so hard to win or top a tournament with Branded. So, yeah. Same with Lunalight. Somewhat the same with Lunalight, yes. Somewhat. Bring Branded to Bologna, please. So I mean, if you guys were here on, what was it, Thursday, I built a Branded deck on stream with Galzo, and I wanted to record some gameplay with it this upcoming week. And I will record some branded gameplay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if I could play branded at a YCS. I think that would basically require. I think that would require me to really lock in with branded and basically play it for every regional in November. If I did that, then I probably could perform with it at a YCS. The problem is I don't know if I want to do that. Like I wanna learn it, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Like, what if I take the time learning it and then it's not actually the pick, and then I didn't spend any time on the other decks, which is kind of where I'm at with branded. It's like, do I want to invest my entire November into branded, and probably also throw away a couple of the first regionals, because I probably wouldn't go undefeated at the German Open with branded, for example. Like I probably don't have a chance of winning the tournament if I still make mistakes with branded. Or do I spend like the time on like 4 or 5 other decks to try and test and optimize? But yeah. Is going second Sky Striker not good enough right now? So okay. Going second Sky Striker was probably going to be my deck for the German Open before they made this ban list. Out of the 3 decks that I talked about last week, I think my approach for the German Open would have probably been blind second Sky Striker, try to build the deck as like best as possible to win a long and grindy game 1, and then just build the side deck to go first in game 3 and have like infinite floodgates and crazy shit for going first. That was going to be my approach with Sky Striker for the format, because D-Barrier was annoying me so much. If D-Barrier isn't the thing, like it's funny because technically D-Barrier doesn't really have an effect on Sky Striker, but it just so happens that if D-Barrier isn't in the format anymore, all of these other options suddenly look more appealing to me. And I'm kind of drawn away from Sky Striker. At the same time, Sky Striker is still fine. It doesn't really suffer from this ban list. So it's fine. I think Sky Striker is fine. I think it's a fine deck. I'm not exactly sure where it ranks in the upcoming format, but it's a viable strategy. Yeah. When is the Open? Next week. So my schedule in November is going to be a little bit different. And I guess I should let you guys know about this because it's going to impact my streams a little bit. So just so you understand what I'm going through in November. So 1st of November, we have the German Open, which I'm going to be going to. Then we have a big regional in Germany on the 2nd of November as well. So the first weekend of November, I'm playing 2 regionals. The weekend after, I'm going to the French Open, which is somewhat far away from me, but it has like 1,000 players, which is way more points than a YCS. So I kind of have to go if I still want to have a chance in the World's Race. So I'm doing the French Open the week after. Then the week after that, there's a regional in Belgium that we're going to. And then the week after that is YCS Bologna. So the next 4 weekends, I'm basically going to be gone. Which has an impact because I've been streaming on the weekends. So recently. So some of those weekend streams are not going to happen because I have tournaments, or most of the weekend streams are not going to happen because I have tournaments. I will try to be live more often throughout like the weekdays, if I can. It's going to be a pretty stressful month. So I'm no promises, but there's a high chance that we're going to have like more like Tuesday and Wednesday streams if I can make it happen. Yeah. Do you know how I can get a ticket for the regional in Liège? Yeah, you have to do it in Neuron. they only have Neuron registration. They don't have tickets online. You have to go and search it in Neuron. Hopefully we'll see you live these next week. There should be a lot of things streamed. I mean, I'll probably have a feature match somewhere in either. I'm pretty sure at the very least they're going to stream German Open, French Open, and YCS Bologna. So hopefully some of those go well, and I can make it on stream somewhere. But yeah. One thing I wanted to take a look at before we move to some Master Duel. If you play Sky Striker, your chance at the German Open increases. What, for a feature match? Sure. At the end of November, there's a big regional in Frankfurt. Yeah, but the last weekend of November, I don't have time. I already got something lined up for that. But that's going to be on stream, so. This is technically from before they dropped the Floodgate ban list. However, I have a feeling that we're still not going to be any short on Floodgates in this video, but Monarchs not only topped the regional, but won a regional. Which is something that I was kind of wanting to check out, because I wanna understand how this happened. I want to understand how this happened. So we're gonna take a quick look at this, just to, because I do want to put some spotlight on some of the more rogue decks, and if anything, this is the definition of a rogue deck. So Monarchs won a regional in 2025. Let's see what's going on there.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all thought it wasn't gonna happen. Y'all thought it was fake. It's real. First place Monarchs Rochester Regional here at my own locals, my own store, and we put on for the city. But before I get into it, I got some shout outs too.
Run it, Jen.
Shout out to Southside Hotline, shout out to Millennium Games, shout out to GSHQ, and shout out to everybody who plays Yu-Gi-Oh with me. If we played in the lunchroom, this is a win for you too.
Let's go, baby.
Sir.
Shout out Chan the Man too, coming in first place. Literally, man sits right here commentating every single regional,
Everyone.
and now he is reporting from first place.
First place.
How many people?
144.
Woo-hoo!
Playing Monarch. Nobody
Playing
else was on it. They didn't know, but they weren't ready. But here we go.
Oh, run it. Let's go, Chan.
So I play 3 Tessera, 2 Adia, and 2 Eidos. These are all the squires. These are the guys that 800 attack, 1,000 defense. These are the guys that you tribute off usually.
Funnily enough, the only one I know, or the only ones I know, are the old ones. The new one I already forgot what it
Tessera's
does.
a new one. This card is insane because when it goes to graveyard, whenever it goes to graveyard, you can summon out either of these other guys. And then this one will summon out this guy from deck. This guy gives you extra tribute summon. They all have like 3 effects. You just gotta read them. I'm not gonna really tell you guys too much about these.
Okay, dude, I'll read it. Tessera. Tessera, the Primal Squire. Hey, forcing me to read. You can reveal a Monarch spell trap in your hand, special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can immediately tribute summon. If this card is sent to the grave, you can special a monster with 800 attack, 1,000 defense from your deck. Also, you can special from the extra deck. Okay. So summons itself from hand, gives you an extra tribute summon, and replaces itself with its tribute. That's a pretty good card.
You should know.
How many times did your opponent read your cards this weekend?
Every game. Every game they read my cards, and it didn't matter because even if they read them, you weren't ready for them. As for my Monarchs, I got 3 Ether. This card just lets me summon on my opponent's turn, and then summons out another Monarch dude from deck. This card is crazy, also not once per turn. And then I play 3 Eidos. Eidos is a new Monarch, just came out from whatever, DUA.
If this card is normal or special, you can add a Monarch spell trap or a monster with 2,800 attack, 1,000 defense from your deck or grave to your hand.
Whatever.
You can declare an attribute, make one face-up monster on the field become that attribute. If you tribute summon a monster, it's too difficult.
This card is crazy. Whenever I tribute summon, he brings himself back out from the graveyard, or he adds himself back to my hand. He searches for all my Monarch cards, my Monarch spell traps, my dudes with 2800 attack, 1000 defense. This card also changes attributes too. It's just crazy. So like, you know, when you play against an enemy board and you want to reduce their, you know, their attack when they have the field spell out, I mean, you could just reduce their attack by 500. So that's also a little cool thing. And then I play two Erebus. This card, when I summon it, I can go ahead and send 2 Monarch spell traps to the graveyard from the deck or hand, and then it lets me shuffle a card back non-targeting from my opponent's hand, field, or graveyard. Non-targeting. This card is nuts, and then when it's in the graveyard, I can pitch a Monarch spell from my hand and then summon, add itself, or a dude with 2400 or more attack, 1000 defense back from my grave to my hand.
Speaking of nuts too, we're gonna talk about how the entire thing so far, we got the max rarity of all these guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm only a few short. And then for my last big Monarch, you know, I play a Thestalos. This card lets me look at my opponent's hand and discard.
Look at your opponent's hand and discard a card. Yep.
Card. So I'm going to look in your hand, take whatever I got to take from you, because I know I don't want you to play regardless, and good luck breaking him. He's 2800 attack, 1000 defense. And then I play a couple of these little Monarchs too. I play a Grandmark and a Zaborg.
A Grandmark and a Zaborg? What is this? Why is there a Grandmark? Why is there a Zaborg?
You guys will see this later. If you guys know the cards, you already know what I'm cooking with. But I played
I don't remember.
For a Yummy deck, and I played a Grandmark for the Draco Tail deck. This card, my opponent will end with an Arthalion, and then what I'll do is I'll summon this guy out.
I remember that one of the legacy support cards like had all the Monarch names on it. I guess we'll see later.
End phase and pop the card they just set, and I turn off the Gulamel for the turn too. So it does a lot of little things, but this lets me take Yummy cards off the field too.
And that's all you need sometimes. Yeah. Remove the bodies.
And then for my last few cards, I played 2 Vanity's Fiend and a Majesty's Fiend. This card is searchable, and I want to draw into this, but I don't want to play too many of them. But this card solos games. It sold me at least 2 games this weekend. I played against a Mitsu player. Clay, super cool dude. I summoned Vanity's Fiend and it soloed the first game. I bricked. I had a Idea and 3 Stormforth and a Vanity's Fiend. I summoned the Idea, it went through, I hit it with the Vanity's Fiend, he could not break it. It was game 1. So, yeah, this card is searchable in this deck now. This card is nuts too, but both.
And ironically, one of the reasons why this deck may have done so well is the fact that Imperm is not that popular anymore at the moment. Yeah.
These cards solo like a lot of the format. You just, if you don't know, you're gonna find out. And then on to my spells. I play 3 Pantheism. This card is ridiculous. This card is Pot of Greed. I say Pot of Greed. I discard a Monarch spell trap, and then I draw 2 cards. And then in the graveyard, I can banish it, and then reveal 3 Monarch spell traps from my deck, and then I can add 1 to my hand. This card can search itself. This card can get any other card in my deck. I can add 3 of the same, and I just get what I want. You got the illusion of choice. This card is wild. This card is wild. And then I play 3 Tenacity. I reveal.
It's funny because this deck didn't care about Mjolnir. True.
So do a Monarch stats. It lets me add a dude with. It lets me add any Monarch spell trap. This card is also wild. All my spells are wild. So then I play a straight gas. I play 3 Stormforth.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna tribute your board. I'm gonna tribute your board every time. This card is ridiculous. I play this when I want to bait out a negate, and then my opponent, of course, they don't want to. You know, they're not gonna let me tribute their stuff, so it's fine. But I got your negate off the field, and I'm gonna play regardless. This card is wild. All the spells are wild. I play 3 Domain. This card solos a lot of format too. I play this card, and I'm the only player with a tribute summon monster. You can't play with your extra deck at all.
I watched you have this card on the board
I was wondering, but I guess this confirms no extra deck. Yep.
Single time I walked by.
Every time.
And he was smiling. He was smiling.
I smile when I know I'm about to win. And every time I was smiling when I played this card. This card is ridiculous. It lets me reduce a dude's level in my hand too. So if I'm level 8, I can make him a level 6. Only use 1 monster to tribute it. And when my guys attack over your monsters, they gain 800 attack, which is a lot of attack. They're already at 28 or 24. So like, okay. That card is ridiculous. And then this card, this is a new one too. This just came out in the DUAD. This card is painful choice.
Discard a card, reveal 3 monsters from your deck. Your opponent chooses one to add to your hand, send the rest to the grave. Also for the rest of his turn, you cannot special summon from the extra deck. You can banish this card from your grave. Special one with 800 attack, 1000 defense from your hand. Yeah, this is pretty good.
I discard a card, which is already crazy. I reveal 3 monsters with 2400 attack, or 2400 or more attack, and 1000 defense, or 800 attack, 1000 defense. You pick one to add to my hand, the rest go to the grave. The rest go to the grave. So the other thing too is I can banish this card, and then it lets me summon. I'll do an 800 attack, 1000 defense from my hand. So it's free summons, it's free everything. This card is ridiculous too. And then this is the last of the Monarch spells. It's 3 Monarch's Master Plan. This card is Foolish Burial Goods for a Monarch spell trap. I don't believe that part is once per turn. The second.
Send a Monarch spell trap from your deck to the grave. If this card's banished, target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Add a monster with the same attribute from deck or grave, then apply this effect. Immediately after this effect resolve normal summon. That's the one. The Zaborg mode. Okay, so this one, if it's banished, you can search the Zaborg against Yummy because they have light monsters, I suppose is the idea, and then immediately summon it.
Second part though is when it's banished, it lets me target a monster on your side of the field. I add one of the monarchs with one of the OG monarchs, so like Zaborg, Thessalos, Mobius, Ryza, Grandmark, Caius. I add one with the same attribute to my hand, and then immediately after I can tribute summon. So it lets me play through a lot of different stuff. This card lets me play through Droll too. It's crazy. And then I play a Call by the Grave for my last spell, and then my last trap is the Prime Monarch.
Target 2 Monarch spells, shuffle them into the deck, draw a card. If this card's in your grave, yeah, I remember this one. I was just wondering about how do we banish these spell cards from the graveyard, like during the opponent's turn or something? Is it just this in the graveyard summon itself?
This is insane. I remember the entire time I asked Jay, he's like 5-0, 6-0. I'm like, Champ, are you on breakers? Are you on hand traps?
I'm on neither, baby. It's all.
Wait, that's it. Where's the non-engine? There's no non-engine.
Engine, baby. That's 41 cards, all gas, and it went crazy. Oh, let me get my extra deck for y'all. Hold on.
Okay, how does it win going second? Real question. How does it win going second? Like, can it win going second? Oh, that was the extra deck.
No extra deck. No extra deck. We did not need the extra deck. I nerfed myself for the tournament today. Left the extra deck at home, and it's ridiculous.
You got a side deck?
I do have a side deck. This card right here, Spell Card Soul Exchange, is wild. This card is ridiculous. I can tribute my opponent's Liger Dancers. You got any cards on the field, I'm going to tribute them. It doesn't matter if they're unaffected or not. They're going away.
That's insane.
This card is actually really.
I mean, it's like I can see the deck winning in some like random scenarios where, let's say I resolve a Stormforth, I tribute something important off your board for a Vanity's Fiend, and then you're now locked, and I can just run over the rest of your stuff.
Really crazy in this deck. I don't think y'all really get it. There's a couple times where my opponent would they would scoop the game before I could look in the hand with Thessalos, and then I just side 3 of these in, and then like after it doesn't matter what you're playing now, like, especially if you didn't tell me, it doesn't matter. I'm playing 3 Droll. Mitsurugi is a really hard matchup for this deck, so this kind of helps me play around that. For my going second cards, well, all these are going second cards really. Evenly matched. This card is ridiculous too. I never actually sided this in though for the tournament, but whatever. This card is really good. And then I play, for my going first cards, I play 2 Solemn Scolding, 1 Solemn Judgment. I'm usually ending my turn.
Solemn Scolding is a throwback.
Only 1 card set anyways, which is one of these, or like a Stormforth in that. And I just activate Stormforth and draw, and then
it's live.
So, yeah.
Did Scolding ever come up?
I never got to activate Scolding. I did activate a Judgment though, but it's the same card really.
Yeah.
They do the same thing. And then my last card is 3 Landrobe, the Rock Vassal. This is one of those Monarch cards that you probably forgot about, but I remembered it. So what happens is I can activate it in my hand. I book a moon one of your dudes, and then I summon it. And then when this gets tributed, it lets me get a dude with 800 attack, 1,000 defense from my graveyard to my hand.
Land rogue too, yeah. There's all the OGs in there. I'm sad there's no Caius. Now that I saw that we're playing Grandmark and Zaborg, I'm really sad that there's no Ryza or Caius.
Reusing my idea, I could get my idols to let me do an additional tribute summon again. I can get my Tessera to let me do an additional tribute summon. It really doesn't matter. This card is really crazy. I like this. I saw it a couple times. It really is if my opponent is putting up a big like floodgate monster and it can't interact with this card lets me dance around it. So that's a cool little side tech.
I guess that's one way to not care about dimensional barrier as well. Just don't play an extra deck.
For me, but
I think this is a great meta call, right? Like in a format right now where everyone is trying to summon artifacts to your side of the board. Yeah. Everyone's trying to make a bunch of dudes that can't be interacted with.
Yeah, so don't try to moan near me. That's not gonna work. They tried it.
Yeah, I watched it multiple times.
It's not gonna work. I play through Molnir. I can play through Droll. I can really. I want to smoke, so we're gonna see how it goes, man. This deck is solid, but if your technical play isn't strong, it's not gonna really feel that good to you. I also suggest just building your own list because that's the best way to learn too.
Fair.
But yeah, man, first place Rochester Regional.
Congrats, Chan. Everybody, make sure you hit Chan in the comments. Tell him congrats as well. Yeah, it's super proud of Chan. Like absolutely unbelievable. Taking
the energy in this video is awesome.
But, like, this is
we're summoning Vanity's Fiend,
and it's just one of those like wild.
But we're doing it with a smile at least.
And to see it come to a regional and get first place is nuts. I mean, like the deck box right there, absolute first place, baby.
First place. First place. It's me, Chan the Man, and I promise you, just keep playing Yu-Gi-Oh and think. I got a couple words of advice. I gotta lay this out. Whenever you lose a game, don't say, "Oh, it was just I lost because he got lucky." Think about them losses, because them losses, every game, it should be winnable if your deck is built correctly. Every game feels like it should be winnable for the most part. There's a couple that's out the norm, but you should really analyze your losses, and also, if you like a deck, keep playing that deck. Don't let nobody tell you what to play. They tried to tell me I should play Yummy. No. Monarch was the way to go. I sold the Yummy deck, maxed out Monarch, and then I won the regional with it. Play what you love. If there's anything I could change about this deck, I would probably try to add another Caius, like the OG Caius, into my main deck. That's really about the only change that I would make, though. It's just because there's a lot more dark decks than I thought. It's not so good against Mitsurugi, even though it is a dark deck, because they could just tribute off whatever you're targeting usually. So you don't really get the master plan. Like when you're targeting with the master plan, so you don't usually get that full, like, you don't squeeze the full juice out the fruit with that card like you would any other deck. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate y'all tuning in. Y'all have been asking. I really appreciate y'all being curious, being patient. But we got the deck profile done. Shout out to Bry Guy for that.
Nice.
And I love you. You matter.
Facts.
Stay tuned for the next episode, and I'll catch y'all soon.
See y'all.
Awesome. I like the energy in that one. I mean, ultimately, it was in some ways, I guess it's a cool meta call. I do wonder how good this deck would be going second in general. I don't know how their dice rolls went at the tournament. But these days it feels rough to break a board without any non-engine. Like not even a Dark Ruler or something. I guess post side it's possible with the the spell card Soul Exchange and the Evenlies and stuff like that. I guess game one going second in some matchups, it probably just doesn't win. But it is true, it's immune to a lot of the non-engine that people play in the format. You know, not really gonna struggle into a Fuva or a D-Barrier or a Mjolnir with this. And that's, I guess, one way to avoid those sort of problems. But yeah. How good is Dark Ruler this format? Pretty good. I think Dark Ruler is pretty good. Also moving forward after the ban list. Yeah. Okay. Let me get the music back in here. And then how much we have about 2 hours until Peeps is joining us for some Genesys gameplay. So we have a little bit of time left to play some Master Duel. I don't know if we can make Master 1 in about an hour and a half, but well, we can try. Quick toilet break. And then we'll try to get that going. Are you gonna play the hand trap deck today? I was going to, because I thought that was just very fun last time, so I don't see a reason not to. Anyways, be right back. Where's Charlie? Asleep. I just walked past him. All right. Who's Charlie? My cat. Also, before we play against Peeps later, I do have to make some changes to my Genesys deck. Because right now my Genesys deck is exactly the list that I posted on my YouTube channel a couple days ago, but I do want to add the Fallen and the Virtuous to it. So yeah. Quick Radiant Typhoon profile. We can do that before we play. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay, got the rabbit. How do you get... I've been wondering, how do you get the last couple packs from this? Because you don't get any more login tickets in Dice Rally. Oh, I don't want to do Dice Rally right now, though. I don't want to do Dice Rally right now. I left. Dude, on Friday, I left Master Duel so quickly for the ban list that I didn't even collect my Duel Pass stuff and everything. I just dipped. Rally ends tomorrow. So be it. So be it. Okay, currently 4 wins away from Master 1 with this beauty of a deck. Don't question it. Just enjoy. And I'm hoping we can get the 4 last wins today. You will miss the rescue rabbit, mate. I mean, I wouldn't use it anyways, probably. All right, lay into my Fuva, please. Called by. Imagine they didn't call by the first one to respect Maxi, and then they called by the second one. I would have been so sad. Plasma hole and cross hard draw. Well, that's inconvenient. Uh-oh. The biggest problem right now is that I can't use Engraver because I only play 1 track. I don't think there's an Ash Blossom though. Why not fuse from hand with tracked? I could have done that. Maybe. So this attaches a Ryziel card from the grave. I do want to prevent that. So right now they cannot use cross to draw 1. So I'm hoping just go battle phase here. Plug in. Luck in can summon from banished. Okay, today I learned. Yeah. Okay, cross negate this is good for me. Rulia on res, just in case they have a play. That's not good. That probably means they have a play. Yeah. Maybe I should not have gone cracked, search Lacrima, discard Engraver. Maybe we get Ghost Ogre for a better Ryziel matchup. I think it's okay to have not the best pure Ryziel matchup. Because the games, they still end up being relatively close there, but this hand cooks. So the cool thing is, technically, my Max C is almost guaranteed to resolve because I have an out to Called By and I have an out to and I have an out to Ash Blossom. So I think I'll let them. So they have cross out. If they have cross out, I'm gonna be in trouble. Special a World Legacy from your hand. Okay, I'll maxi that. And we resolve. Okay. What kind of line is this? Ooh, hello, Baldrake. Hey. Gonna turn off the gamma. But it's okay. I'm gonna commit to Fiendsmith here. Because they don't have Called By or Ash Blossom. And if they interact with it, then my gamma gets live again. Oh, wait. Ah, that's actually fine. I should have attacked Crown, but I can gamma the Crown. This might end up being better for me. Let's just pretend like that was intentional. Yeah, I wanted this. Yeah. It was all part of the plan. Awesome. What are your level 8 synchros? I do Axel Stardust into Baron. I was debating between chaining another Perulia or Fuva, but I think Fuva is more consistently the better one. If it's specifically Ryziel, then Perulia would be better. It is Ryziel. Okay. If they care that much about Perulia. The problem is, like, Perulia is the one that usually, like, if it's Ryziel, they probably just pass, and I kind of don't want them to just pass. Because if they just pass and I engrave her into one non-engine, it's pretty bad for me. Ooh. Impulse any good here? Not really, right? A little late. A little late, Dominus Rescue his Impulse. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of late to the party here. It's not worth it, right? Because no. Impulse on Duo Drive? I mean, if they go for Duo Drive, yes, but I don't think they will. I think it's just Detonator. Oh, okay. Can I have it? Ooh, I see you. Okay. I can't have it. Well, if you insist. If you insist. Okay, discards of Fuva, has a plug-in in hand still. I always draw Delta too late. It wasn't even that bad. It was genuinely not that bad for them. Plug-in Revive Detonator was still pretty good with a cross up. Like, it was not that bad. I don't know why they left. It was really not that bad. You had Delta? No, I would have had a Nib on the board. I couldn't have Delta. My hand was not great. I had a dead Perulia and a dead Delta in hand. Yeah, it's just, they just rage quit. Is all that happened. Okay, can I stop playing against Ryzeal? That matchup is not that good for me with how my deck looks at the moment. Aww. Bro. This actually plays better into Nib because they if I nib them first, on Duo Drive, they only have the token, then the X cannot search. I mean, now they know I have nib because I didn't toggle properly, but... Unfortunately, my own satellite warrior is not unaffected by this. Only unaffected by opponent's cards. But I mean, to be fair, I think for most decks, it's not going to be easy to beat. Well, their hand was Habakiri, Ice, and Sword. That's just something, I feel like no deck beats that without a Charmy. I simply don't, yeah. Why wait for detonator to nib? If I don't wait, they get a bigger detonator because they can just plug in back the node and use the effect and then still use the detonator to attach. They would have had a 3 material instead. Habakiri, Sword, Saji, 2 unknowns, I think. I hope Fuva draws a Druid. The problem is the Hoppier Squadron won't do anything. Because I don't have the Synchros in extra deck anymore. So I need like crazy lucky top deck. Wait, you do an answer to this? Oh no. Biggest hurdle is Ryziel. The biggest hurdle is Ryziel, yeah. Ryziel is, I mean, the problem is just that Ryziel is pretty good against this deck, no matter what you do, because Ryziel is insane against hand traps, and this is a hand trap deck. I have 6 Charmies that can help me beat Ryziel, but the matchup is always going to be hard. So I don't mind this too much. Like it's hard to build a deck in Master Duel right now that's good against all of the meta decks because they're so different. It's very hard to build a deck that's good against Mitsurugi, Orcus, Ryziel, and Malice. That's just, you know, every sacrifice you make in one direction is going to be bad in the other, for the most part, except for Charmies. But I want to play this deck, so it's just unfortunate that we're running into a lot of Ryziel right now, I guess. But we're not losing to every Ryziel, which is good, I guess. That's good news. It's always the one of field spell. I'm sure it's not normal summon Dormouse, because they probably would have done that already, okay? I feel like they might have a way to play, but they're considering whether it's worth it under Perulia. I low-key want them to play. Okay, they won't. That's not bad. I can try to search Maxi with this. If I can get Lurie onto the board. Okay, never mind. I can't search Maxi anymore. The set called by. I'll check first. Okay. That's pretty bad, actually. Because I also banish it, so they... Oh, they can't search with it because droll. Okay, that's better. That can't be activated. Can I play around Nibiru? If I go battle phase right now, I'm doing 57. It's not quite enough. If I normal summon first and then I get nipped, that's still pretty bad. Nib. It's Nib or March here. Is it a bestial? Or nothing. Okay, nice. Might have been the trap. No, the trap was not activatable because they were under troll. Valor. But if it was Valor, they had to Valor the Engraver, right? To not guaranteed die. I will probably, maybe it was March here, but okay, this is the perfect example of a hand that really wants the opponent to play. Okay. What do they mean by this? Fenrir. If I go Impulse right now... Main Hoover. It's here. They would have probably banished Fire Attacker to make Fuba alive again. Yeah, but I didn't want to take that risk. I like all these cards. I really like all these cards. these two together are, it's tier limit. I think it's gotta be tracked, as weird as it sounds. As weird as it sounds, I think I'm discarding tracked. I keep regained. Yeah. The problem is if they just pass, I have nothing right now. But tracked alone isn't a play either, really, against Fenrir. Because they just banish the Lurie. Or the Lacrima. Or whatever. Like, it's not great. Why couldn't I have the Perulia one card sooner to discard it? Okay, that's actually good for me. Baiting the Shuffler is good. Had to banish their own Sharon. Can I beat a singular Fenrir? At the moment, the answer is no. They can banish my regained here, but then I can go Fiendsmith. Okay, they leave this alone. So I draw. Just because the tracked, man. Stressful game. Stressful game. Okay. That's so annoying. This might be the most annoying draws I've ever had with this deck. I'm not gonna lie. So annoying. The one-off regained with the one-off tracked. Discard the one-off track for Fire Attacker, which I think at that point was the correct play. And then top deck the one-off Engraver, another Charmy, and a Psyframe when it's too late to use it. That was so annoying. That was a matchup I was never supposed to lose to. Tearlaments is supposed to be a very good matchup for this deck, but no. Have you built a Sekka's Light version of this? In the past I have, but not right now. Fenrir one, yeah, the Fenrir kind of soloed. It was pretty good. Can Lubellion plays under Sekka's? Yes, but you can't use the effect of it. Why am I running into Labyrinth with this hand out of all things? Can Delta just stop traps or just spells? Delta is only spells. There's one for traps. It's Epsilon. But I'm obviously not playing that one. Can we take advantage of Rescue Ace being machines with equal attack and defense? How? How would I? Isn't that just like Gizmek support? I don't think we can. I am very annoyed. Pure Mitsu time when? We can play a game or two of Pure Mitsu after this. I don't mind. I'm normal summoning Lacrima here because I can theoretically use the Requiem to chain block the lady from one trap. So right now, in terms of quick effects, I have Bell, Druid Swarm, and Requiem, so I can technically chain block 3 of their traps. Which is pretty good, but yeah, we'll see if it's good enough. I'm not sure. I know these two, right? The middle is Ghastly Glitch, and this is Big Welcome. The right two are unknown, I think. Oh, I didn't need to chain this. It's Trap Trick? No, that we didn't know that. They activated the Trap Trick already. I should not have chained the Requiem. That was pretty bad. We saw them place it there. They activated the one that they placed there. They just drew another one. Does the math here? I guess we'll find out. If it does, then I lose. But I don't know if it does. Four, 8, 9. Two, 2, 4. Yeah, it does math. On 8, it maths, right? On 9, it also maths. It's, yeah. Three, 3, 3. Is Math Lab valid in Genesis? I think Lab has pretty big points. But maybe you can make it work. All right, let's do one more. Lab with the most custom hand possible. Their hand was pretty good, but the matchup is also pretty bad. Like, I mean, I'm playing an anti-meta deck, basically, and they're playing Rogue, so naturally, like, I make them start, and they can basically do whatever they want. I only had one bell to stop them, so... "49 cards. I smell some Mitsu brew." Okay. This is not what I wanted to see, but okay. That's good. Bro, I'm not gonna play. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Go! Shotgunning Charmies. Shotgunning Charmies when you have no play is such a weird concept to me. Okay, normal summon droll, what does this mean? This probably means Malice, right? If I Fuva here, they probably pass. Which is not something I can really capitalize on. Could be Blue Eyes. I don't know, man. I'll Fuva, but it's not too great. They might have Ash anyways. Yeah, because they were thinking about my Lubellion last turn. Honestly, I don't mind this outcome. I think that's fine. Trading the Fuva with the Ash here. Because I think I will probably be fine without the draws. It is Blue Eyes. Okay. At least they haven't drawn the field spell in 49. Isn't that awesome for them? Sure. I doubt they have Sage as a normal summon, but I'll still do the Satellite Warrior. Pop both. Well then. Yeah. That is game no matter what that face down is. What rank are we? I am Master 2. I don't know we have enough time to make Master 1 today, but I'm having fun regardless. We're not as smooth sailing as 2 days ago, but it's okay. You can look, I'm nice. You can have backup blue eyes. You don't want it? Okay. What Genesys deck are you liking the most? Today I'm gonna play Radiant Typhoon. I'm gonna go to locals on Wednesday. I don't know what I'm gonna play there yet. It depends on the points update tomorrow. It depends on the points update tomorrow. No, the fire attacker. My hand looked so good until I saw it. Oh. I don't think we can win this. It's already over. Either they out this and just combo, yep, or even if this maxi resolves, they probably just draw 2 and pass, and then I can't do anything either, realistically. Let's see if Baldrake, Druid Swarm are enough against full Malice combo that starts with Chessy Cat. I have my doubts. Five cards in hand and my maxi already negated. Awesome. Yeah, okay. Yeah. My only hope there was that they didn't have another Malice card in hand, so they couldn't summon the March Hare. They would then bring back the banished Chessy Cat and then just have 2 bodies on the board, which maybe forces them into a Splash Mage line. And then I have a second Bestial to beat that. But yeah. Yeah, we can play a Mitsu game. I don't know if the hand trap deck is actually capable of pushing all the way till Master 1 unless we get incredibly lucky. It was a very good run though, all the way to Master 2. But right now I feel like a little bit too much Ryzeal and Malice. Can Josh's deck be changed for TCG or won't be as good? It's probably still gonna be somewhat fun if you adjust it to TCG. The problem is I think this deck is pretty bad in best of 3. You would have to come up with a way to make it good. Make it good in like post side games. I'm not sure how you would do that though. Just play that Odeon Primate deck. I guess that's the closest thing to it, yeah. The Odeon Primate deck would be the closest thing to it. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't gonna summon that anyways. Am I grabbing the banished Murakumo back? I could. I could normal summon Kusanagi, add it back. Yeah, let's do that. Are you ready to face Pistine? I have no idea what Peeps is gonna play. Asking for a friend, but where's the Genesys local on Wednesday? Gießen. Okay, so I've already used this. Do I need to use Habakiri? Probably not. I can keep it for a follow-up turn, I think. So this is going to be very risky into Nib, but I feel like they may have nibbed the Gallant Granite if they had it. I mean, very weak to Nib is a little bit of a stretch. But because we're still going to have Prayers plus Trap or Magatama. I think it's Trap. I haven't really made Photon Lord very often, but in this instance it makes sense, I think. Unbeatable Ward with 3 cards. Well, they're gonna have 5. They get a Bestial in the end phase, which is actually not bad here. A Bestial is really good, and then they still have 4 other cards. It's gonna be hard for them, but it's Tenpai, so okay, that's scary. Yep, that's terrifying. Well, the good news is they don't have a Bestial now. The bad news is they have a Chandra, and they have a Droplet. Droplet for how many, though? Lancea, Padra, and Reboot. This game? The problem is, I think this card, because it only negates the effect, I don't think this card works in the damage step. This is not good for me. Because right now I can't summon Murakumo back. We'll see. I could have chained a spell to make the droplet not resolve. That's true. I didn't think of that. I think I'm okay. So far, it's only been 2 attacks that were declared. So they can't bring this back yet. Yeah, the prayers bringing back Murakumo there. Yeah, I think fizzling the droplet makes it easier, but I also don't think this was winnable no matter how it's done. So I didn't have to fizzle the droplet because I don't think there's a way for them to outmaneuver this. Because basically the only way I can't do anything is if they find a way to never let my Photon Lord detach the Murakumo, but that is just not possible. I don't think there's anything they could have done there. Did they need to negate the IP? Yes, I think so. If they don't, I mean, if they don't negate the IP, then if they normal Chandra, I just go SP and banish it before its battle phase. Yeah, no, they have to negate the IP. What time is Genesis? Genesis is soon. Like, we're gonna start building the deck in like 10-15 minutes. I mean, the deck is already built, but I want to make some changes. And then Peeps is gonna join us in about 25 minutes. Hello, Kusanagi. We meet again, old friend. What else do they have? If they have DD Crow here, I'm in trouble. I played it this way around. Okay. I just searched. The reason I did it this way is because I want to be able to start with Mitsurugi Ritual summoning Murakumo first action. I'm confused as to what they have there. It must be DD Crow, right? Or Maxi? Ah, it's just a Charmia or something else. Okay. Okay, so my line under Fuva here is not bad. So I think I'll let it go through. They don't have Maxi, so this Fuva, I could have negated it, but I think it's okay. So Saji for sure. Not much use in Night Sword Serpent because I'm not sure I'm gonna summon from extra deck at all. Aramasa. Yeah, let's go Aramasa. I can use the Kusanagi to add back prayers, which is already one disruption. Don't really want to use Habakiri from deck under Fuva. Futsu. I mean, one summon from deck. Oh, I should have searched Futsu and Mirror. Yeah. One summon from deck. Yeah, now I'll do one from deck. This should have been a Futsu. And this a Mirror. Okay. This is still good, but it could have been better. Yeah. When a Mitsurugi gets banished after it's tributed, but before it could activate its effect, can it still activate? Are you asking if a Mitsurugi is properly summoned and then banished, can it come back? Or what are you saying? Like if they, or if, are you saying they DD Crow my, let's say I attribute for cost for prayers, and then they crow it in response, then I can't activate it. They need to be in the same location where they were meant to trigger, essentially. That's why the DD Crow would have been really good there. So like Mitsurugis can trigger in the banished pile, but not if you tribute them to the graveyard and then they get crowed before they can activate. They need to be in the same location. Okay. When in doubt, play pure Mitsu. Alright, well, this Maxi better carry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gamers. I am in trouble. Surely Nib would have done something. Nope. Jesus Christ. Why couldn't this be my hand last game? They would have rolled. Fair enough. Two Dormouse in a row. I'm so gonna get drolled. Oh my god, I'm getting so drolled. And there's my play. Okay, not drolled yet, but probably soon. Wait, I'm alive. They have a March Air in hand that's live. Technically, this is game against everything that isn't a bestial. Nice. Well, Charlie, this is inconvenient. How am I supposed to play Genesys format? All right, I guess we play another round of Master Duel. Can't play Genesys yet. So, funnily enough, because I have Extract, this hand is not going to play around Droll as well. Because I'm not going to go first action summon Murakumo, but at least I have Prayers plus Ritual in draw phase, so I can mitigate it a little bit. Ooh, I lost both SPs. I lost both SPs, but I can still go Dynamondo. It's fine. Okay, that's pretty good. Not good enough, though. You need more. Saji first, I think. Hello. Not sure what else it is. Oh, I attributed the wrong one. Oh, God, that's a disaster. Oh, no, I forgot I already used that one. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's bad. Uh-oh. Charlie, help me. Oh, what do I do? That was pretty bad. Was it March Hare then? Maybe March Hare. Yeah. And I get punished for it. Whatever, man. Can't really complain about that because I should have played through that. Alright, I guess we'll have to work around it for now. I guess we'll have to work around it for now. Because we have peeps joining us on stream. Oh. Oh. He's being lured away with some treats right now. So he has now betrayed us and gone to the other desk. Okay. He is now on the other desk. It's fine. Okay, gamers. Next up, we're going to be playing Genesys format with Peeps yugioh, who's going to join us on stream in a few minutes. I am planning to use my Radiant Typhoon deck that I've posted a full deck profile with some explanations on this deck on my YouTube channel. So if you want to get a more detailed rundown on this deck, I recommend you check out the video that I posted a couple of days ago. Very quick rundown though, because I do want to make some changes to the list. Hold up, let me make this a little bit smaller so you can see more. This. Currently, this is what the list looks like. And I want to make room for the new quick play spell card from the branded structure deck. So that's what we're gonna have to figure out before we play against Peeps. It's Runic, Radiant Typhoon, and this is the list. If you're looking for non-engine, you're not gonna find it because it's only engine, which is why I like this deck. So I wanna find room for 3 copies of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and then we're gonna have to fit some Albions in the extra deck. I don't think it's gonna be too hard to fit the Fallen and the Virtuous. And the reason why I really want to play this card, I guess if you're not familiar with this card, it's in the Albaz structure deck. It's a quick play spell card, and it says you can send a monster that mentions Albaz from the extract to the grave, and then target a face-up card and destroy it. So what you do with this is it creates a lot of value because you can keep sending it. You can keep sending Albion from the extra deck to the graveyard, and then keep getting another one in the end phase. So it's like removal over and over and over again. And especially in Radiant Typhoon, which is a deck that revolves around quick play spell cards, I think that's very, very good. So I want to find some room for this card in this deck. And today is actually the very last day that you can play this card in Genesys format for 0 points, because they have already announced that tomorrow, when we get an update for Genesys, this card is going to receive some points. So, I was thinking about making the following changes for today. I'm probably going to cut one of the big Radiant Typhoon monsters. I really like 2 copies of this one. At the same time, though, I want to make some room for the new card. So I think this guy has to go. I'm probably going to take out the random Mirage of Nightmare, even though I think it's a really fun one. I think I will probably return to... I'm probably going to return to Mirage of Nightmare at some point. Once they put more points on anything here. I see a future where I might play this deck without Pot of Greed, and instead I'll play like Mirage of Nightmares and the Fallen and the Virtuous and stuff like that, right? Because if this card is 10 points starting tomorrow, which it could be, if this card is 10 points tomorrow, you cannot play 3 copies of this and 3 Pot of Greeds, and I could see myself preferring a version of this deck that plays the Fallen and the Virtuous, and then you cut the Pot of Greeds and the Mirage of Nightmare comes back and stuff like that. And also, yes, Mirage of Nightmare is going to get cheaper. But for today, I'm going to cut the Mirage of Nightmare, and that's also going to make this deck 90 points, technically. So, yeah. Get some sleeves. So, if I cut 1 Mirage of Nightmare and 1 Radiant Typhoon Phonix, this is now 41 cards, which I'm thinking about just cutting a Runic Slumber or a Mystical Space Typhoon, but I think I'd rather cut a Runic Slumber. I don't think it's that important. Yeah. Radiant is getting points even if it's just the... I think this card will get some points, yeah. Did you draw Pot of Greed yet? Not yet. Not yet, but yeah. That sounds awesome. Okay, so 40 card deck. The only thing I have to do is make some room in the extra deck for the Albions. So currently this is my extra deck. I'm thinking these three are because I'm siding Ultimate Slayer. I'm thinking we cut Lars and then the duplicates is where my mind is at right now in terms of the cuts for the extra deck for the Albions. Are you even certain that the branded and the virtuous won't be prohibitively expensive? In the beginning, I'm pretty sure they're not going to give it too many points for me to play it. Realistically, I think I see it at 10 points. Maybe 15 in the near future, depending on how many people play it. But realistically, 15 points is Ash Blossom territory. And I don't know if the card is that powerful. Like, I really don't know if it needs to be 15 points. I don't know if it's comparable to Ash Blossom in power level. Like, yeah, it gives you grind game and stuff. But yeah. What's the point of the third Albion? Well, you need 3 targets for it, because otherwise you can only activate 2. Because in order to pop 1 card with this, you do need to have 1 corresponding extra deck monster. You are right in the sense that technically you don't need... The third one does not have to be Albion. The third one could be anything. So you can play 2 Albion and 1 whatever, but I haven't really found a use for the third one just yet. I don't know what else it would be. Are you really using all 3? I think you could, realistically, yeah. It's not like the extra deck is that important in this deck, to be fair. Like, it really isn't. It really isn't. Okay, let me get peeps in here, because I think we're ready to go. Hello, peeps. I've sent you my Discord handle on Twitter, so you can add me and we can I can get you on. We're also we're bringing back the remote duel overlay. The only thing is, hold up, this is my remote duel overlay. The only thing is, right now, there's gonna be a black box underneath my face, because that's where usually, if you remember, it's been a while since we've done remote duels. Also, of course, on top there's going to be peeps thingy. It's just a placeholder for now. But there used to be a camera for my own hand, and I don't have that installed right now since we changed rooms. Yeah, that's not here at the moment. All right. Turn the music down a little bit. Let me call peeps. Hello?
Hello, gamer.
Hello, duelist. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. World champ here needs to play Fallen in the Virtuous, even though it's not going to be legal for us another weekend.
What do you mean? It's just going to be... It's the only day I can. Let me have this.
That's fair. That's fair. I know. Hi, stream. Hi, everybody.
Okay, so... hold up.
Let me see about... My webcam is going to be all sorts of messed up for a second.
Do you have 2 cameras for your remote and for your face? Okay, then I can just put your face.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to if you don't have it set up.
Yeah, let's just do the field. 1 second. I'm gonna get my lights fixed up.
Is this the first time you're playing your deck?
Okay, this should look good. Let's see. Oh, you want me to use the
Yeah. Go in there. It's better.
Okay. Does this like check with OBS? Okay, join room with camera. No, let's do Logitech Brio. Okay. Oh, that's my face. Hello.
Hello.
Here we go. Let's try this. Okay, can you see that? I don't use this software very often.
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, start. Duh. There we go. Awesome. Good job. There we go. Okay, that should be working.
Yes, I can see that. Okay, let me add that in OBS real quick.
All right.
And then do a 180 on it. Yeah. Okay, and then I do need to give you my view, I suppose, so you don't have to watch with lag on stream. Hold up.
Yeah, probably. That would be beneficial. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's see.
All right. Is this the first time you're playing your deck, or?
No. I actually, I haven't like been to a sanctioned Genesys event yet, but a bunch of people in my area, of course, have been super hyped about this format. So, I've played against like one of the buddies I have at my local scene is playing like a Paleo Primite build, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Have you even been playing the TCG? I haven't seen you talk about the TCG much at all.
Oh yeah, I've been playing it. I'm playing RB for fun, but I'm not taking the format super seriously rather than this. Like I'm gonna go to YCS Pittsburgh. Or I'm planning on it anyway for now. And all I'm gonna do there is just play Genesys pods. Like I'm just gonna take like 4 different Genesys decks and play a bunch of Genesys pods.
I was almost tempted to do that for Bologna before they did the Friday ban list. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. The Friday ban list has obviously changed my mind on that a little bit.
Yeah. That was unprecedented. I recorded a little thing just talking about like the importance of that, like how unprecedented that is, and how like what we can I don't know, not what we can expect, but what we can kind of foresee if this is a thing that they're gonna do more often, or that they're showing that they're willing to do. Like, what that means for the game. So I think it's really cool. All right, I have dice.
I do too. 2 dice?
Alrighty. Yes.
I have an 8.
I have rolled a 9.
Awesome. That's more than 8.
That is more than 8. Correct. All right. How would you like me to cut?
I don't care.
Okay. All right. Let's do a half cut.
All right. Knowing what you usually play is, I'm probably going to need some explanations, but...
Oh, you got it. Oh, this sounds actually pretty good, too. All right. Standby phase.
Yeah.
Main phase.
Yeah.
Let's go... I am going to normal summon Tier Limit Sheeran.
Tier Limit Sheeran? How many points is that?
That's 50 points.
50 points? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I'll activate Breath of the Tistina.
What does that do?
All right. So Breath of the Tistina is a continuous spell.
Yeah.
It says I can target a monster on my side of the field and then flip it face down. And if I do, I search for any Tistina card. If I control a light Tistina, I can target a monster you control instead and do the same thing.
And that's the only thing it does?
No, it also gives me an additional normal summon of a Tistina per turn.
Right.
So I will activate Breath of the Tistina, target Sheeran.
Yes. That's fine.
Okay. I will set Sheeran and I will search for Fallen of the Testina. Fallen of the Testina has a hand and field effect where it can send itself to the grave to place the Divine Domain Batistina to the field.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I will use my additional normal on Sentinel of the Testina.
Mm-hmm.
Sentinel of the Testina will target my face down Tearlament Sheeran to destroy it and search for a Testina card.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you get the idea.
Now, what's the idea if you don't draw the Sheeran? That's 50 points.
You just send it off of Supreme Sea Mare or Tearlament Grief, or
right,
something.
So is it 50-point Sheeran, 50-point Kickalos?
You don't know that yet. Let me resolve my Sheeran first.
Okay, all right.
Okay, yeah. Let me think about what I want here. I think we're gonna get.
What does this do? Add or summon?
This is adding. So Sentinel is adding a Testina card, which will be Play of the Testina, which is a quick effect. Special summon a Testina from hand or grave, but then return it to hand during the end phase.
Okay.
I'll activate the effect of Sheeran.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Sheeran will fuse away the Supreme Sea Mare and itself. So anyway, about those 50 points. I will activate Kickalos effects.
Yeah.
All right.
Are there any tier limits with no points, like tier cash?
Yes, tier cash is no points, and all the tier limit spells and traps are no points.
Right.
We'll grab Meta Noise. I'll activate Fallen of the Testina to place the field spell.
Yeah.
I will activate the field spells effect. Do you know what this one? I'm assuming you don't know what this one does.
I've read these at some point, but I have selective memory when it comes to meta relevant Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah, exactly. This is how it always happened, where people read these cards once after the second wave, and then went, okay, we don't need to read these anymore.
Which they do have a point.
That they do. Trust me, they do. But finally, a playable format for this deck. Playable in quotes. Activate the field spell. So the field spell does not do anything in activation.
Mm-hmm.
It has an ignition effect that I can use once per turn, which is send a Testina monster from the deck to the grave. And if you control 3 or more face-up cards, I can special summon a Crystal God Testina from hand or deck.
That's all one effect, right? It's like that effect just gets better if I have more cards. Okay.
Correct. Yes. And then when it's destroyed, it special summons a Testina monster from hand, deck, or grave.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should actually clarify. It's when it's destroyed by an effect you use.
Okay.
Same with Fallen of the Testina. It has a graveyard effect where if you destroy a face-up Testina spell or trap, I can banish it from the graveyard to special summon a Testina from hand, deck, or grave.
Okay.
Anyway, so I sent Miasma Dragon Testina. I will activate Miasma Dragon Testina. Whenever it's sent to the graveyard whilst a field spell is in a field zone, it can activate to summon itself.
Right. That's the one that made everything a starter, right?
Correct. Yes.
I remember that.
And then when I use that effect, I am locked into special summoning Testinas from hand or grave for the rest of the turn.
Okay.
Effective Miasma Dragon to search for a Testina monster.
Right. Yep.
Okay. I will grab Demigod of the Testina. Or will I grab Demigod of the Testina? I kind of bargled this up with one of my searches. I should have searched. Oh, well, that's okay.
You can switch it up if it's not too much work.
Yeah, I think this needed to be Demigod off the Sentinel, and I will explain why.
Okay. So what changes?
So, Sentinel will be searching Demigod, and then Miasma will be searching Crystal God.
Oh, the green one searches a monster instead of the spell?
Yeah, the green, it can search any Testina card.
Okay. Right.
I'm still trying to figure out the best lines for this. Hasn't been a lot of Testina optimization in the community as of yet. So Miasma Dragon resolve to add Crystal God, and then we'll go activate Demigod to, if I control a Testina card, I can special summon it from my hand and search a Testina spell trap at the same time.
Okay.
Yep, so this will get me play, which is the quick play spell that I described before.
These are all, the big ones are all level 10?
Correct, they are all level 10.
Please tell me Varudras has points.
It does have points.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, I'll go ahead and half cut this because I believe
is this the quick play spell now?
Yeah, this is the quick play spell.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so I will go ahead and set 1,
yep.
Set 2, set 3, and I will pass. Do you know about Demigod's quick effect?
Okay, real quick. The Demigod does what on my turn?
It Karma Cannons you if I control Crystal God Tistina.
And Crystal God is currently in your hand?
Correct. Crystal God is currently in my hand.
And you would be summoning that with the Quick Play spell?
Correct, yes.
Which is the only set that I know.
Correct. No, I searched Meta Noise.
Oh, Meta Noise. Okay, and the one in your grave triggers if I destroy a face-up Tistina card or any?
To face up Tistina spell trap.
Okay. Yep. Okay, I will draw for turn.
Yep. Now, this is where we get to see how Radiant Typhoon is insane and breaks through anything. I've done way too much testing against this deck.
In thinking draw phase, well, I don't really have to play around Droll and Lockbird. You won't have. That's a nice thing. You don't have points for anything, so that eliminates a lot of stuff I could potentially be playing around. Can they all be Can they be destroyed?
Yeah, there's no like targeting protection on anything.
Okay.
The only like protection is that this will float if it goes to the grave.
Okay, and okay. In draw phase, I would like to activate a Runic Flashing Fire, and I would like to destroy the one that books my entire board. The one.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fine.
All right, banish 2.
Okay. I have banished a Fallen and an Econ.
Ooh, enemy controller. Okay, I have a trigger on Radiant Typhoon Crocea.
Yes, that is fine. That is going to summon, and then it will activate its effect to add a Radiant Typhoon and a Mystical Space Typhoon. Is that right?
Yes, that's on normal or special. It adds, and then I'm locked into Wind Monsters for the rest of the turn, and I will activate its effect on summon.
Yeah, that will. I have no response to that.
So I get any Radiant Typhoon card as well as a Mystical Space Typhoon. Unfortunately, none of my Radiant Typhoons are going to be special summons against your deck. I shall grab a... I'll just grab Onyx.
Sure, that's the shuffle too.
Yeah. Anything on res?
What is the summoning condition of the shuffle two
So
guy?
all the big ones from hand are when a quick play spell is activated. Yeah. And the big ones from grave is when Mystical Space Typhoon is activated.
Okay, sure.
Proceed to main phase.
Yep.
Activate Runic Fountain. I'm home, baby.
I have no response to Runic Fountain.
Okay. I have Runic Tip to add.
Okay, I wish I had a response to that, but I'm gonna say that's fine.
I'm adding.
Are the Radiant Typhoons like they have to chain directly to a quick
No,
play spell?
they are. They're triggers, not quick effects.
Oh, they're triggers. Okay, cool, cool.
I'll have a Freezing Curses and then banish 1.
Freezing Curses is the negate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You hit another enemy controller. Banger.
All right. Less to worry about. I'm gonna go Chainlink 1, Runic Fountain, Chainlink 2, Phonics to summon itself. And Fountain target 2.
I will chain Final Bringer of the End Times, target Miasma Dragon, and your Runic Fountain.
How? So Final Bringer of the End Times, does it have to destroy both?
No. It targets. It has to target both, and then it will resolve to destroy both.
Yeah, I have no response to that.
Okay, so I will destroy Runic Fountain, and I will destroy Miasma Dragon Tistina. I will activate Miasma Dragon Tistina's effect.
To search?
To summon itself, and then it will attempt to search again on summon.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I need to read the well, okay, well, resolve that to summon and then activate its effect to search.
I'll
Oh wait, no, is Final Bringer monsters only? No, it's cards, right? Yeah, yeah. At one monster I control and cards.
Yeah, yours has to be a monster. Mine can be anything.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
I will attempt to freezing curses the Miasma Dragon.
And then this is where I read this Radiant Typhoon card and I figure out when it shuffles.
It would trigger in a new chain after this.
It would trigger in a new chain after this. This is when I'm going to activate Tier Limits Meta Noise targeting your big card.
Yeah.
Okay. We will go send Sulliek, and then Miasma Dragon's search effect is negated.
And you banish 3.
Yep, and I'll do a half cut, and then I will banish 3. Supreme Sea Mare, Tier Cash.
Okay.
I
have no
you have any
triggers.
trigger effects
No.
in a new chain? Okay.
No,
I will activate Tear Element Sheeran to fuse.
Yep.
Okay, we'll put her and Demigod, or no, we'll put her and get Kalos back for Rukalos.
Ooh, that's 0. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So the last set you have is the quick play to summon.
Yes.
Okay. I will set 3 and proceed to, well, skip my battle phase.
Okay.
And pass.
All right. I will draw. Epic draw, actually. Draw phase. Standby.
Yep.
Main.
Yep.
Activate Demigod.
To do what?
To summon and search for a Ticina spell trap.
That's fine.
Okay. And I will grab another play of the Ticina. Okay. So I have to play through. Okay. I will activate Breath of the Ticina, targeting your Crocia since I control a light Ticina.
To change it face down and search?
Yes, it has to resolve to set to search. So if there's a way you can remove it now, I will not search. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
The idea. That's good? Okay.
Yeah.
I will grab a Sentinel of the Ticina. I will use anything on res.
No.
I will use an additional normal on Sentinel of the Ticina offered by Breath.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything here?
No.
Okay. Summon Totem Bird. Activate play of the Ticina to summon.
Yep.
I'll summon Crystal God from my hand. Good here.
Yep.
I will overlay for Ticina, the divinity that defies all darkness.
What does that mean?
On summon, it activates its effect to send all set cards you control to the grave.
That, yeah. Okay. I will chain tip to search.
That's fine.
I will chain Mystical Space Typhoon. Your set is the same quick play spell again, right?
Yes.
Does that do anything when it's destroyed?
No.
Then I'll target that.
Now, the big guys specify when a Mystical Space Typhoon is activated. Is that correct?
Yes.
I will attempt to negate the activation.
And then I'll chain Slumber on whichever one your biggest monster is. I assume the Exceed is big?
Yeah, the Exceed is at 2K right now. It will activate its. It can activate its effect to bump itself to 4K.
Okay, then Slumber on that.
Yeah, so that makes it so it can't attack, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then you banish 4 off the top, and I search for it.
Yes. 1. You hit a King of the Swamp, a Miasma Dragon, a field spell, and a field spell.
And I will add Runic Destruction.
Okay. This is where I pray to Holy Jesus that Slumber does not activate its effect, correct? Or Slumber does not make it so I can't activate its effect?
No, Slumber is just you can't attack.
Okay, I will declare the effect of Divinity that defies darkness. Whilst it has Crystal God Ticina as a material, it can detach in order to bump its attack by 2,000.
Yep.
I will activate Miasma Dragon because it hit the grave while a field spell is in a field zone.
Is that game?
Yes.
All right.
Because Miasma Dragon will also give Light Tistina's 1,000. So that's 3, 6, 9. Okay.
I probably had a way around that.
Yeah.
What was my hand? It was Fountain. Dude, I was not worried about. I was not worried enough about your set card. I was hoping for my Fountain to resolve, but I guess that was kind of dumb because it was also likely you had something like Cosmic.
It was the one unknown. I mean, it was the one unknown. I don't know what.
There was.
I think it was totally fine to play that way.
Well, I mean, but I can Space Typhoon it before I do Fountain.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Or I can go tip for Destruction because I have like 4 Runics. That's probably throwing. Okay, well, do you have a side deck or do you want to play game ones?
I do have a side deck, yes.
Okay.
No way I'm going to play into the Rudic Radiant Typhoon deck without a side deck. This deck is crazy. This deck is like, I don't know. Are you on the, I guess you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but are you on the triple pot of greed stuff? Or...
I am, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This card, I wish I had a playset. I only
Deflector?
Yes, this card is insane in this format, by the way.
I'm happy you only have
every
one.
deck in the format. Well, does it every deck? I don't know. It hits like the Fire King deck. Obviously it hits the Radiant Typhoon Runic deck.
Yeah.
It hits I don't know, it just hits so much. It's a very good card in this format. We love lingering floodgates in this game, don't we? This.
We cite that much going first. Okay. That board looks fun to play into, though.
Yeah, this deck is like... the only thing I'm sad about with this deck is that there's not... Like, the tier limit main deck names are pointed, like, so high, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can't play Rhino Heart. You can't play... you can only play one main deck fusion. So, you know, if you've side decked a little level 1 Dark Wing Beast, this is going to be a difficult game.
PD Crow, yeah.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I've sided 6.
How important is the tier limit stuff for it? Because it didn't seem like it was that essential, because all you really did was make a kit, search meta noise, and pass with it.
Yeah, so the idea is the tier limit stuff allows you to mill, and this, like, the Testina deck has a Monster Reborn, right? So there's a lot of starters in the deck, but the tier limit stuff allows you to get mills, and, you know, you can open the play of the Testina to special summon some stuff off that, and then the tier limit stuff, the stuff that you didn't get to see, which maybe you'll see in this game, because this deck plays tier cash and so consistently gets to tier cash, you get to play the Mermail Xyz. Where's Abystrite? So Abystrite on summon can special any level 7 or lower Aqua, which the Testina stuff is.
Yeah.
So you can like mill with tier cash, hit a Testina off the mills, Xyz into this with multiple tier cash, use the effect to bring back Fallen. Fallen can activate on field as well as in hand, so you can send it from field, place the field, and now you have like this, and you can go into the Poseidra. So there's just like a lot of interesting synergy that the tier element stuff offers the Testina deck. And I don't.
Someone in chat is asking why it's Sheeran and not Merly.
Because Sheeran is just the best extender. Like, one problem with Testina is that Miasma Dragon can be kind of a brick in the hand. Because it only works if you summon it off the field spell.
Right.
So if you have a way to get to Sheeran, you can use Sheeran, send Miasma from hand, and then if you have the field spell, you can go like, you can.
Is Miasma a 1-of?
Miasma's a 2-of because it's so essential that you.
So like, if you draw it, you need one in deck.
Yeah. Oh. Yep. That's also why I play 3 play, because if you draw into a Miasma Dragon, it can summon the Miasma out of your hand as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah. 7, 8.
That game wasn't fair. I didn't see my Pot of Greed.
That's true, actually. I don't think I would have been able to win that game if you would have seen that. Okay.
All right, I'll go first this time. Yeah.
Yep.
You also didn't activate a quick play spell on the first turn. That was, oh my god, that wasn't fair either. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I guess I don't have to play around Droll because I know your points already.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to main phase 1.
Sure.
I'm activating Pot of Greed.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm activating Pot of Greed.
Yeah, man. Oh.
Okay, didn't find the third one. Unlucky.
Oh, unlucky. True. You'll only Runic Fountain draw into it. I know how this goes. I've played against this deck enough.
That's crazy. I will activate Runic Tip to search.
Sure.
You
know what? It's fine. I will simply break this board. That's just what I'm saying.
I will search for a Runic Destruction. You banish 1.
Please don't hit the tier name. Okay, Fallen.
I'll hit it eventually.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I sided out my slumbers. That's bad. But I'll activate Crocea.
Yeah, sure.
Crocea for Space Typhoon and this is Radiant Typhoon Spell Trap. Which order do I want to go? This. I'll go for Swen.
Yeah.
I'll special Swen. This is the one that searches a Radiant Typhoon Spell Trap or Mystical Space Typhoon.
Let me see if I have a response.
I know you don't.
Yeah. We both know I don't.
I'll grab Radiant Typhoon Vision.
Sure.
I'll chant.
Yep.
To add Eldam. I'll special Eldam. This one searches for a low-level monster.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be Megala. Special Megala. Overlay these two for Totem Bird.
Yeah. Should have sided in my Flying Seas to keep you off the singular Totem Bird.
We cut before I draw, and then I'll go activate Vision to draw 2.
Oh, you know it.
And I will chain Mystical Space Typhoon on Vision.
Yep.
So I'll pop it. I'll draw 2. I'll discard a Radiant Typhoon Swen. Yeah, any Radiant Typhoon card. Okay. And then on a new chain, I have Chainlink 1 Megala to summon from deck and Chainlink 2 Vision to reset itself.
You know it, baby. Go ahead.
Gonna summon Phonics. Then I'll activate Fountain.
Awesome. Of course. Yup.
And set 3. And then it's your go.
All right, this is so easy. All right. Draw. No way. That's crazy. Okay. Standby phase.
Yep.
Main phase.
Yep.
Thanks for the one banish. I have now drawn. Never mind. Let's just go Hey Trunade.
Hey Trunade.
Yes. Return all set spell and traps on the field to the hand.
Yeah. I'll activate Radiant Typhoon Vision to draw 2.
Yes, that's fine.
And I'll chain Radiant Typhoon Chant to add Mystical Space Typhoon.
All good.
So I add 1, draw 2, discard 1. I'll discard a Runic Tip. Then these 2 go to the hand. These 2 go to the grave. On a new chain, if you don't have any triggers.
I do not have any triggers.
I'll trigger Megala.
Sure.
To summon Varurun.
You have like 18 cards left in your deck. Look at that. That is ridiculous.
It's exactly 18, by the way.
Yeah, I knew it. That's like my one superpower is I can kind of somewhat keep track of that stuff. I don't think it's gonna help me in this game, but you know. All right, are you ready for this hilarious card that you allowed me to draw by banishing Fallen?
Yes.
I will activate Tearlament Sheeran.
Okay, that's not what I was expecting. Hold up. Varurun is when your opponent activates a monster effect. Okay, even in the hand. I could negate this. Do I care enough?
Yeah, remind me. Does that say if Mystical Space Typhoon is in the grave, you can destroy it, or you must destroy it?
It's if I have one, I can activate it in the first place. If I have a second one, then I can destroy it. Yes, I can, but I only have one MST right now, so I wouldn't have the ability to destroy it.
Yeah, yep.
No, it's fine. You can resolve it.
Okay. I will resolve Sheeran and I'll mill 3. 1, 2, 3.
What'd you discard?
I discard.
Sheeran free now?
Yes, that is true. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sheeran's free. Okay.
Yeah, when your opponent activates 2 Pot of Greed against you, Sheeran gets to not have to discard.
Sheeran becomes free.
Well, in this case, I want it to discard. Anyway, so I milled Grief, Hatronade, and Fallen. So Fallen is in the grave now. And I sent Miasma Dragon, so I'll activate Miasma Dragon's effect to attempt to summon itself.
Because I have Fountain?
Yes, because you have Fountain. A field spell is in a field zone.
Okay, I have played myself. It searches on summon.
Yes,
correct?
It is only summoning itself. It is only activating the effect to summon itself right now.
Okay, then I will chain Runic Tip to search to the effect to summon itself.
I will chain Tear Cache to summon.
Okay.
Banish Grief to summon it, and we'll resolve Miasma to summon.
I'm grabbing Freezing Curses. You banish 1.
Yes. Final Bringer.
My art. That's my enemy.
Okay. Okay, so new
Triggers?
chain links here. Yes, triggers are going to be Chainlink 1, Miasma Dragon to search, Chainlink 2, Tear Cache to mill.
Miasma Dragon searches anything?
Any Tistina monster.
Any Tistina monster. I don't know what that means. I am going to trigger my Phonics targeting. Actually, the Phonics. No, I'm not going to trigger the Phonics. I'm just going to respond with a Freezing Curses on the Miasma Dragon.
annoying. I will chain Final Bringer of the End Times, targeting Miasma Dragon.
And?
Oh, and a Shuffler, the big bird.
This one?
Yes.
How many cards left in hand? Is it 1 or 2?
One singular card.
I'll Totem Bird it.
Yeah.
Resolve?
All right, so we'll resolve tier cash. Mill.
No, banish 3 for the freezing first.
Yep, you're right. My bad. Please get banished. Okay, and then now I mill.
Yeah.
Okay. No, Miasma, I already used you. Okay.
Anything good?
Nope.
All right.
Okay.
New chain. I have Chainlink 1 Phonics, shuffling in the Shirin. No, the tier cash and the Miasma, and Fountain to draw 3.
Okay.
Q-tip and freezing.
All right, so the only thing live left on this board is the big negate boy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, plus whatever quick plays you have.
And Fountain is still there,
Yeah. All right. Activate Divine Domain.
Well, you know I have Destruction. That triggers your guy though, right?
Yeah, that triggers both its own
okay,
effect.
So what happens? What happens here? What does this do?
Okay, so Divine Domain's effect is I can activate the effect to dump a Testina monster, and if you control 3 or more face-up cards, I can summon Crystal God as well as part of that effect.
From your deck?
Now, yes, from my deck.
Okay.
From a hand or deck.
Okay.
Now, if you destroy this card, I can special a Testina from hand, deck, or grave. But I also have Fallen of the Testina in the graveyard, where if you destroy a face-up Testina spell trap, I can special summon a light Testina from hand, deck, or grave.
Well, both of these things seem pretty annoying. So you foolish, but from my perspective, from all I know, the foolish doesn't really do much, right?
From your perspective, yes.
Because
I've already used Miasma Dragon.
Right. Okay, I think I'll let you foolish.
Okay, I will activate the effect to foolish.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this will send Sentinel, and this will also summon Crystal God.
Does Crystal God do anything here?
It has an ignition effect to Daruma Cannon you. It sets all monsters you control, and if I do, send all face-up cards you control. And
the one in your grave only triggers if I destroy a spell trap, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
This also. Oh wait, I should clarify. This also Daruma Cannons you if it's destroyed by card effect.
Well, okay, but yes. I don't think I care that much about that. I'll flashing fire it. I think that's fine.
To destroy it?
Yeah, destroy and banish 2, and we'll see what happens.
Destroy. Banish 2.
Any triggers?
Right. Yeah, Crystal God effect to set all monsters you control and send all face-up cards you control.
Send all face-up. Oh, it's quite literally Karma Cannon.
Yes, it is. But it's Karma Cannon kind of, because it doesn't like affect the player, quote unquote, but it sends all face-up cards.
So it would send the fountain.
It would send the fountain. Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'll use this to negate it.
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. That was scary.
Yeah. The plan was to Gustav Liebe you if I was able to get 2 10s on the board. But
dude, resolving 2 Pot of Greeds is kind of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. I can't lie. It's like decent, you know.
Okay, well the question is, how much can I side against your deck? Because all of my cards in my side deck seem pretty nice here.
That's not good to hear.
This. 1.
Mm, 2, 3, 4.
This. I haven't drawn the Fallen yet. I'm pissed about that.
Listen, Mr. Double Pot of Greed, I really don't want to hear it.
5, 6.
I do want you to remember, if you get hit with this magic deflector, it is a 1-of. So
That's gonna help me a lot if that happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna make it feel better.
That's the plan. All right.
All right, you're going first.
Yes, absolutely.
Luck.
You as well.
Okay.
Okay. Draw standby main.
Mm-hmm.
A normal summon Supreme Sea Mare.
Yeah.
Supreme Sea Mare effect.
Yeah.
Send Sheeran.
Mm-hmm.
Sheeran effect?
Yep. My deck is Crowless.
Oh, thank God. The amount of times, I swear. Let's go. Kit Kalos. Kit Kalos effect to search.
Yep.
It's actually kind of awkward. I'll grab tier cache.
Are you adding it?
Yes, I'm adding it.
Why?
Am I adding it? Should I send this? Let's send it. Yeah, I guess I'll send it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll do a half cut.
Yep.
Tier cache effect in mill 2.
Yep.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
What? The fact is that bad that you milled a Sharon?
Yes, it's actually terrible.
Okay. Well, that's good for me.
I guess it's not that terrible, right?
And you milled the Miasma Dragon, is that the one?
Yeah,
Oh.
I did.
Which it doesn't work yet because there's no field spell. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, but we drew the play, so it's fine. Let's go activate Kikalos to summon.
Yep.
Send.
I don't know if this is necessarily worse than Double Pot of Greed, because you're milling 10.
I'm actually not gonna mill at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
I don't.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, true. Activate play.
Yep. Play is quick play summon from hand or grave?
Yes.
Okay. Does anything trigger?
Ask if you have a response to that.
I don't have a response. I have a trigger after, though.
Oh, right. Yes. And then Miasma Dragon effect to search.
The search. Okay, I have Crosshair.
Sure, that's fine.
You resolve?
Yes, I'll resolve. I'll grab Sentinel.
Mm-hmm. Do you have triggers after?
I do not.
Then I have Crosshair to add to.
That's fine.
Okay, that's going to be 1 Mystical Space Typhoon, as well as a Radiant Typhoon. Swen.
Yeah. Okay. Now we can go further beyond. Let's activate Demigod.
Mm-hmm.
And I will search for Breath of the Testina.
Breath is book and search.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And allow for an additional normal. Activate Breath.
Yep.
I'll target your Crocia because I control a Light Testina. This is so hard. So I need to set up. I'd really like to get Totem Bird on this board.
You don't need it.
I kind of would like it, is the problem.
You don't have to.
You know, Josh, I think I do. Let's grab... Can I get Totem Bird and Crystal God from here is the issue that I need to figure out.
Does Droll not murder this deck? Someone is asking if Droll murders your deck.
Of course it does. Yeah. Keep the Corrosive face up. I'm gonna set Miasma Dragon instead.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I
That's
gotta
good.
figure
No
this
problem.
out. Because I need to special pop search. Yeah, okay. So Breath is gonna resolve to search. God, this is so difficult. I don't think I can do what I want to do, regardless. It's a bummer. We'll grab Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, such a pain. Additional normal of Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go with Sentinel effect, target the face down to destroy it and search.
Yep.
Yeah, that's such a pain. I had to use my first normal on King of the Swamp. This is the hard part with this deck, is I'm trying to figure out like the optimal lines, and I just can't figure it out. I guess it's in this case, I don't have a extra search available to me. We'll grab Discordance of the Tistina.
Ooh, what's that?
So this is, if I control a Tistina monster, I can target one card in your graveyard, banish it face down. If I control a Tistina monster special summon for the extra deck, I can banish all cards in your graveyard face down.
Okay.
And then while it's in the grave, I can banish it, target a Tistina monster in my grave, and add it back to my hand.
Is it a continuous trap or?
This is a normal trap.
A normal trap.
Yeah. I will. This will go to my hand. I'll activate Sentinel's effect in my hand to special summon itself because I control a Light Tistina.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There's your Totem Bird.
There's my Totem Bird. Yeah, make Totem Bird.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will set 1, set 2, set 3, pass here.
Okay. What's the condition again for the Karmic Cannon thingy on your?
I have to control a Crystal God Tistina.
Which you do not at the moment.
Which I do not.
And none of the cards I know from you will do that, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Standby main.
Yep.
Does the continuous spell do anything on my turn?
It does not. No.
Okay. I'll start things off with an Ultimate Slayer on that Totem Bird that you worked so hard for by sending Aggregator.
Sure. Yep, that's fine.
And then I'll use Aggregator targeting your the Tistina.
Yep, sure.
So I don't know the location of any of your face downs. I don't think.
That is correct.
Okay, how strong is the Tistina monster?
2K.
Does anything trigger if anything dies by battle here?
No, it does not.
And Sharon is 1300 defense, right?
Yes.
Okay. I will normal summon Radiant Typhoon Swen and activate his effect to add a Radiant Typhoon spell or MST.
I'll activate Tearlament Sulliak, targeting your Swen.
Tearlament Sulliak targeting Swen. I will attempt to MST that.
Well, I guess there's really not much I can do about that, is there? Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Then I'll resolve Swen to search for a Radiant type spell trap, which is going to be manifestation. I do not have a trigger right now. Do you have one?
I will activate Celiac.
Okay.
Grab tier cash.
Okay. Anything on res?
No.
Okay. I would like to attempt to leave main phase.
How much attack does one have?
16.
Okay. I'm sure.
I would like to attempt to attack your Tistina with the Crocea.
Chain Final Bringer of the M times, targeting Sheeran and Crocea.
That's inconvenient. Is hit close in your grave?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Sheeran affected. Well, any trigger effects in a new chain for you?
No, I don't have any. You're good.
All right, Sheeran affected a new chain.
Yep.
I will do Sheeran and Kikalos. For Bukalos?
Yep. Main phase 2.
Yes.
I'll activate Ultimate Slayer.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Oh.
I could do the Garura thing, or I could do the cool thing.
Josh, that's so cringe, dog. Yeah. You know, what can you do?
I'll send Garura.
Alright. Away she goes.
Garura effect to draw 1.
Yeah. Pot. I just know it. I just know it's pot.
Not pot.
Oh, damn. Okay. That would have been content.
Okay, so the last trap is the Tistina one that just banishes a card from my grave at the moment.
Yep.
What was its graveyard effect again? Sorry.
Add back a Tistina from grave to hand.
From grave to hand.
Yeah, it banishes itself to do that.
Okay. In main phase 2, I'll activate Runic Destruction on your face down.
I guess I'll chain it. I'll activate it, targeting...
Yeah. Any card,
Crocea,
is it?
Yeah, it's any card. Crocea doesn't have an effect to summon itself out of the grave, does it?
No, the best card is probably MST to take.
MST, yeah, I'm thinking I'll target the MST.
Does that target?
Or
is it any?
I'm pretty sure it targets. Yeah, if control. No, it doesn't target. So
it doesn't target.
Just activate the banish.
Yep. Then that's fine. I'll lose MST face down.
Okay.
And you lose 4.
Yep. I'll banish 4. 1, 2. No, the magic
deflector. See, now that I know it's a 1-of, that makes it feel much better.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I would like to activate Radiant Typhoon Vision to search for a mystical space typhoon.
I will chain tier cash.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah. Where's my mystical? There. You banish Salik?
Yes, I banished Salik.
Yeah, okay. No triggers.
Trigger effect to mill 3.
Yep.
Damn it. 1, 2, 3.
What was that?
Miasma, Demigod, Sentinel.
Do you have the one that triggers if I destroy your thing?
No.
No? That's convenient. I probably should. Yeah, I should have probably destroyed it sooner. I'll activate Radiant Typhoon Manifestation to send a Radiant Typhoon monster from my deck to the graveyard.
Yes.
And that'll send a Phonics. Then I'll use Mystical Space Typhoon on your continuous.
Yep.
And then I'll trigger the Phonics to summon itself back.
Sure.
Then because you control no more spell traps, I'll special summon Radiant Typhoon Eldam.
Yep.
Which is the one that searches for a Radiant Typhoon spell.
Yep.
And
Does Eldam add a monster?
No, Eldam adds... Oh, it does add monsters. My bad. I already did the spell trap search. Is that better for me or worse? I'm not sure. Oh, that's significantly worse. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll add Crocia.
Sure.
Am I locked into anything? I don't think I am, right? The Crocia was summoned on your turn? Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Crocia was summoned on your turn. Okay. I'll overlay these two.
Sure. Oh, no shot.
Into XC's Armor Torpedo. Let me cut real quick, because I really need a quick play spell. Or Pot of Greed. This lets me detach 2 to draw a card.
Yes.
That is a quick play spell. To be fair, my deck is almost only quick play spells.
Yeah, that's fair. Not much I can do about that. Dang.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty broken now. I'll activate Radiant Typhoon Chant to add. And I will choose to add... Do I add a monster? No, I'll add an MST. No, I don't add an MST, because you banished one of them. I cited one out. I'll add a monster.
Okay, sure.
I will add Megala. New chain, I have trigger Phonics to shuffle both of yours into the deck, and I trigger my Crocia in hand.
Yep.
Crocia effect. Adds from graveyard to Mystical Space Typhoon. And Radiant Typhoon. Radiant Typhoon Chant. I'll special Megala.
Yep.
I'll set 2.
Okay.
And pass.
Draw. Hilarious, but I don't think it's helping me here. Stand by main.
Yeah.
Activate Discordance effect. Targeting Sentinel to add it back to my hand.
Yes.
Okay. I will normal summon Sentinel.
What does that do? Again, it pops one and searches?
Yeah, it's pops and search. Yep.
Okay.
Either a face down or a Testina monster.
Okay. Face down monster.
Face down card or Testina monster.
But you control.
Yes, I control.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
I wish. That would be awesome. Then these cards would be good.
It's funny because it wouldn't even be that broken. It'd be like fine.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Effect to search.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I will grab Fallen.
Fallen gives you the field spell.
Yes. I'll activate it to send and place the field spell.
Yeah. On res, I would like to activate Radiant Typhoon Chant to add a monster.
Sure.
I'll add a Swen. And then on a new chain, I will activate Megala to summon a Radiant Typhoon that I currently don't control, as well as Phonix to shuffle in your field spell.
Yeah, you got it.
I don't have a battle phase next turn technically, but I don't think.
No, you bury me in card advantage, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Nah, I realized in that first turn, it's like managing the things that I search, because I didn't have to search that extra Sentinel.
Yeah.
Since I already used Miasma Dragon's effect without having to use the field, I could have added Fallen, placed the field, then sent the Sentinel from grave, and then summoned the extra one out of the grave that way.
Yeah.
But like, it's so hard to manage all these different little things. You think I would be better at it by now, but
I was very focused on clearing your back row because I drew multiple of the level 3 guys, and until I read in chat, like later, like once I was done popping all your stuff, someone said you could have just summoned these because it's your opponent has no spell traps or you have MST in your grave. So it's like I didn't have to go through all these hoops to even pop your continuous spell and stuff. Like I could have had so many. Like, I was kind of caught up in that idea, but yeah. I drew a Vados, and then I realized it's not that great against your deck because the field spell triggers.
Yeah, please Vados me. I beg you, Vados me.
This should have just been Cosmic.
Yeah. No, Cosmic is scary against this deck, because the field spell is pretty much like the bread and butter of the deck, and that needs to resolve. So, but yeah, this deck is cool. I've been like I tested a little bit more and more, and it just like little tweaks and changes I make, it gets better each time. Like I play King of the Swamp and Poly now, which helps me make Kaleido Heart, which is cool. Plus King of the Swamp is a level 3 Aqua, so you can summon it off of Abyss Trite. If you get to the 2 level 7s, so yeah.
It doesn't seem bad, honestly. It doesn't seem that bad.
I know. It's
even going second, it doesn't feel like it's like super weak.
Yeah, the field spell being able to like Fallen, making the field spell, like making it bad basically to pop the field spell is really nice.
Yeah.
And then summoning Crystal God is good. And then yeah, what else? I don't know. It just there's not a lot. That's what I was trying to think of. There's not a lot of non-destruction removal in this format, which is one reason why Radiant Typhoon is so good, because the shuffle removal is insane.
Yeah, Phonix is busted.
Yeah, the one thing with the Testina cards, which is hilarious, which happens with a lot of TCG archetypes, is that they're released into an environment where they're like competitively they're terrible.
Yeah.
Like when Mimighoul was released with Impulse. Testina's second wave came in the same set as SP Little Knight, and this deck's whole thing is like they benefit off of your opponent destroying them, so they disincentivize your opponent like destroying the field spell and the spell traps because of Fallen. But everybody had SP Little Knight once this deck came out, so it's like awesome. Thanks, TCG designers, I appreciate it.
Anyway, we can go again if you want to. I don't care.
Sure. We can do another one.
We can do another game. Funnily enough, I've been cutting down on Runics in this deck, and it's already a pretty small package, which is why like the game 1 was pretty rough because I only play one fountain.
Right.
Which might sound weird because you can't add it back, but at the same time, I found like the only value that Runics provide for this deck mostly is the fact that you have quick plays that you can activate at any time.
Yeah.
Which I feel like now that the Fallen is out, you might actually prefer that over Runics. Right now I'm doing both with a very small Runic package, but I haven't found the Runics to be that useful. Because it's like you have to draw multiple to even make the fountain work, and even then, unless you keep drawing into more Runics that are all situational to activate in this format, because you can't summon from extra deck anytime. Like Fountain will just stop providing value relatively quickly, and then you don't have a battle phase, which is also sometimes weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. The Runics have always felt weird since I played against that deck. Like a lot of people, I played against some builds of it where people don't play Pot and they don't play the Runics. They play just like the Radiant Typhoon cards with regular non-engine, which has felt pretty good.
Because it's not like the Radiant Typhoon cards don't already print card advantage. It's not like you need the Runics to outgrind an opponent.
Yeah. All right, I'm switching it up. I'll play you with a different Genesys deck that I have.
Ooh, okay, nice.
Yeah. As much as we all love Tier Limit Testina gaming, I think it's
cool though. It's cool. I haven't seen anyone try to make Tearlaments work. I mean, of course, pure Tearlament doesn't work, but seeing it as like a smaller engine somewhere else is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And in that context, it doesn't seem too broken.
Yeah. Like you've seen some of the synergies, like Sentinel popping stuff is really good because you can pop Sulliek, you can pop Meta Noise, you can pop Sheeran for their effects. And then, Grief is alive much more because the Tessina cards are all Aqua, so you can Grief for Sheeran and you usually have something to shuffle back.
Yeah.
We can roll.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a 9.
I have a 9.
I have a 5.
I have a 7.
All right.
All right, I'll go first.
All right.
Okay, well, this isn't the most amazing going first hand, but it does do something. Let's go stand by main.
Mm-hmm.
I'll normal summon Metal Illusionist.
Ooh, okay. Yep.
I'll activate Metal Illusionist effect to set a Metamorph spell trap.
Okay. Is this max Metamorph how it was supposed to be played?
True. Actually, yes. So I'll set max Metamorph.
Yeah.
I will activate Metal Illusionist effect to make himself a dragon.
Okay. That would be the Omni Negate, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I will set one, and I will pass here.
Yep. Draw for turn. So
yes.
the Omni Negate is unaffected by something, right? When it's summoned off max Metamorph.
With Max Metamorph provides, well, you know what? I'll just read it to you. Tribute one face-up monster, special summon a monster that cannot be normal summoned or set, and mentions Max Metamorph from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Then you can equip this card to it with the following effect. The equipped monster gains 400 attack and defense. It cannot be destroyed by spell or monster effects, and your opponent cannot target it with monster effects or spell cards or effects.
Okay.
So in draw phase, you have, with quick effect priority, anything you would like to do.
I do not.
I will activate Max Metamorph, tributing Metal Illusionist for cost.
Yes.
We'll summon Red Eyes Full Metal.
That is just Omni Negate, period.
Yes,
right?
Omni Negate, and I can target a monster you control. I think is on resolution. Set a Metamorph trap for your deck, and if you do, negate the... Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, okay. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can negate the activation. Then you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the original attack of one attack position monster your opponent controls.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did this in draw phase, right?
Yes, I did this in draw phase.
On res, I would like to activate Radiant Typhoon Chant, and I would like to activate the effect that adds Mystical Space Typhoon.
Sure, you can add MST.
Okay. Think on res again. Activate Runic Tip to add.
I will ash that.
You ash?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an Ash Blossom.
Okay. Okay then. That's not supposed to be in this format.
What?
How scared am I of that face down? The red eye still has the Omni Negate, even if the Metamorph is gone, right?
Yes, correct. The Metamorph is just providing spell trap, spell and monster targeting protection and destruction protection.
Right. I will proceed to main phase.
Sure.
I will normal summon Radiant Typhoon Swen and activate its effect to add a Radiant Typhoon spell trap. Or MST.
I will imperm that.
You will imperm that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I will MST your Metalmorph.
Like, there's no way, right? You have to. I mean, I have to assume you have something that's going to get rid of the full metal if I let this resolve. So I'll activate the full metal to negate the MST. And I believe this negates activations. Let me just double check. Card effect, you can negate the activation. Yes. So that negates the activation, and then I will resolve the effect to burn you for 14, I believe Swen has.
16.
16. So
oh, I need to use my life point thing. Hold up. More? Hello? Now I did it twice.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. I will then. I cannot target it.
Correct. With monsters or spells.
I will special Eldam and activate Eldam's effect to search for a monster.
How are you specialing Eldam?
Because I have MST in the grave.
Awesome. Okay.
I learned that last game.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine.
And I will add Radiant Typhoon Crosshair.
Okay. Do you have any quick effects on resolution?
I do not.
I will troll you.
You will droll me. Okay, awesome. Cool. Happy about that. Very cool. Yep. Okay, how big is the dude? Very big, right?
38.
38?
Yes. It's 34 original attack, and then it gains 400 from the max metamorph.
It doesn't have any like once per turn abilities or something like that. It's just the
No.
the Omni.
It's just the negate and burn.
Okay. I'll make Break Sword.
Okay.
And I'll pop the Metamorph.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I'll set 1.
Okay.
And pass.
Okay. Draw. Wow. This is... Yeah, so this is historically the problem with the Metamorph engine is if you don't see the supplementary engine you play with it, it's like awful. All right, well.
Please just attack me.
How much life do you have?
64.
64. None of your guys have a graveyard effect, right?
No, none of the ones that I have. No.
64. Jeez. 34 plus 17.
Oh, it's a little smaller now, right?
Yeah, it's 34.
Yeah. What do you mean 17? You play Skullmeister?
Just shush! You don't know that.
Skullmeister? None of your stuff has a graveyard effect, right?
I'm trying to figure out if... God. The card that I lose to is the stupid Runic that pops a spell trap, but you would have used that already. All right, I will activate Flame Swords Realm.
Oh god, what is this? Okay, yeah.
I will use its effect, sending Skullmeister for cost to fusion summon a Flame Swordsman.
And why do you lose to the Runic that pops?
Because if you pop this, it doesn't resolve.
Don't you have an Omni?
Oh, I'm stupid. Don't, Josh, I'm not a world champion.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're good.
All right, I'll summon Flame Swordsman.
Yeah.
All right, go to battle.
How big is Flame Swordsman? 1800?
18. Yes. Flame Swords Realm has an effect where if any monster declares an attack during damage calc, I can... wait, is that an attack deck? No, I think it's damage calc. I can activate its effect, target a warrior? No, hold on. I'm sorry. I should know what my cards do. When a monster declares an attack, you can target... Oh, it's on attack deck. You can target one warrior monster you control until the end of this turn. It loses 1,000, and everything else I control gains 1,000.
So if you only have 2 monsters, it doesn't add any damage.
No, it will, because I'll attack with Flame Swordsman, then I'll attack with this, activate its effect to minus
Oh,
this
right. I see. Okay, fair. Yeah. But it's not game, is it? 18 plus 44 is 62?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yep. Swing, and then effect.
Yep.
You have 64?
Yep. I'm on 200 now.
Yep.
Okay. Draw.
Yep.
Stand by main.
Yep.
I will special Radiant Typhoon Swen and activate its effect to search for a Radiant Typhoon spell trap.
Effects negate.
Freezing Curses.
Ouch. Sure.
Banish 3. Banish 3.
Yes, 1 second. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Anything important?
No.
Okay. I'm adding Radiant Typhoon Chan, and then I'm triggering Crosshair.
Okay.
Crosshair effect.
Sure.
Mystical Space Typhoon. And does the Flame Swordsman card have any graveyard effect?
This, no. Neither of them do.
Okay.
The ones that I didn't draw have graveyard effects, but that doesn't help me right now.
I don't have a battle phase. I have Freezing Curse.
Yeah.
Okay, Mystical Space Typhoon. I have Chant. Chant gets me this. That gets me any monster.
Yeah, I remember the Full Metal only burns you for attack position monsters you control. So
Right. It's not going to stay there anyways. Don't worry about that.
yeah, I figured as much.
Okay, I'll search Vision and MST. And then
Sure.
I will go ahead and Chant to search a monster.
Yep.
That is going to search Eldam. I'm going to special Eldam. That's going to search another monster.
Sure.
That's going to be Megala. I'll special Megala.
Mm-hmm.
I will activate Radiant Typhoon Vision to draw 2, discard 1.
Yep.
One, 2. I'll discard MST, and then because I activated a Radiant Typhoon, I activate Megala to summon 1 from deck.
Yep.
That's gonna be Phonics.
Yeah.
Then I'll activate Tip.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Woo!
Yeah, well, I mean, the Phonics. Yeah. No matter what I establish, it will.
Yeah, you had to kill me the turn before that.
Yep.
It was really awkward because I could have done all of this the turn before that, but it was just because, once again, Freezing Curses was the only runic in my hand, and I had Freezing Curses, Crosshair, and a Swen that I had already used, essentially. I had all of that already, but I couldn't activate the Freezing Curses because your thing was untargetable.
Yeah.
Well, and then I was under draw after I break sorted the thing I was under draw.
I'm trying to figure out if there was an argument to hold the Ash and then just use Droll first, but I don't know. You were using.
I mean, the tip was a draw phase.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like it was correct to do that regardless.
Okay, Flame Swordsman.
Flame Swordsman.
Metal Morph.
Yep.
Well, Ultimate Slayer is not going to cut it.
Is that the right?
I don't know how much my side deck does here, to be honest. I still haven't drawn the freaking Fallen.
Oh, the Fallen and the Virtuous? Yeah.
0 times. The Metal Illusionist sets the trap directly, right?
Yes, it sets the trap directly from deck.
Okay. I don't know much about the Flame Swordsman stuff.
Yeah.
I've played it once, actually. I played your deck, the trap.
I know.
The trap Flame Swordsman.
The Zark build.
I doubt that's what you're doing with it.
No, I mean, Zark's a pendulum, so.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, but by that's what you're doing, I meant like that deck only played like the book stuff, right? It didn't play the actual combo stuff.
Yeah. It didn't play I didn't play the Metal Morph stuff in it at that point anyway.
Yeah. Life points. I assume you're going first.
Yes, of course. All right.
Mhm.
Good luck, gamer.
Good luck.
I will go first. Oh, yippee. All right. Draw standby main.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Flare Swordsman effect.
Oh, this is circular but bad. I know that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So I will summon it, and then I will activate the effect to tribute itself and summon a card that mentions Flame Swordsman from the deck.
Mhm.
Let's grab.
It still is kind of custom.
It's pretty good. This card's not bad. I will summon the Salamandra.
Yeah.
That's to be doing, but I'm pretty sure it is. I will normal summon Fighting Flame Swordsman, effect to search.
Anything that mentions Flame Swordsman, right?
Yes, any Flame Swordsman spell trap.
Okay.
We'll grab. Where is my continuous spell? Hello, where'd you go? There it is. I'll grab Realm.
Yep.
Activate Realm.
Mhm.
Realm effect, send Salamandra to add a or to special summon Flame Swordsman, or fusion summon it rather.
The thing you sent is like does something engrave, right? Equips itself or something?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
So we'll go Salamandra effect to search for a Salamandra spell trap.
Mm-hmm.
I will grab Salamandra with Chain.
Ooh, that's book.
Yes, that is book.
Non-target, right?
Yes, it targets to equip to a fire monster on the field, and then on res it non-target books, and it's non once per turn.
Does it have to equip the book?
So, yes, it does.
So I MST it, it doesn't book.
Correct.
Okay.
Do I want to summon?
Can you play more decks that activate quick play spells on the first turn?
No.
Okay.
Let's go. Is there any reason to summon Doomed Dragon here? Could make a rank 8, but I don't think any of the rank 8s that I play matter in this case.
Would make a rank 8. Those are a 4 and a 5, brother.
Yeah, well, okay, there are more plays. Let's go. Yeah, let's just get this card out right now. Let's go Salamander Fusion to target.
Is that a quick play spell?
No, it's an equip spell.
Okay.
Check the fuse.
Yeah.
We'll make the Alt Flame Swordsman.
Is that just cheating fusion?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go Salamander with Chain effect to equip to Alt Flame.
That does get a bonus effect if it's equipped, right?
Yes, it turns into Trident and burns you for 5.
So it's just quick effect pop whenever?
Yep, quick effect pop whenever.
And when you say Trident, is it also face ups or?
You know what? You're right. I should explain properly. It targets a monster you control.
Okay, any monster face up, face down.
Yes.
Okay.
I will set 1.
Yeah.
Set 2.
Yeah.
Set 3.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No cards in hand?
No cards in hand.
Ooh, no draw. Nice. All right, draw a turn.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'll go to my main phase then.
Yes.
If I don't have to care about it.
Yep.
The only thing I know is the one that books.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Well then, I will. I'll activate Runic Tip to search.
Sure.
That'll be a fountain and banish 1.
You hit an imperm. Congratulations.
Okay. I'll take it. Think on triggers.
Sure.
How do I avoid getting impermed? Question. No triggers.
Yeah.
Activate Runic Fountain.
Mm-hmm.
Normal summon Radiant Typhoon Megala.
Okay. And you are. Does that one activate on summon? I probably should have learned this by now.
This one is if I activate a Radiant Typhoon Quick Play spell or MST, I can summon one from deck that I don't currently control. Good.
And that activates in a new chain?
Yes, it's also a trigger.
Okay, I will wait here.
I will activate Radiant Typhoon Chant to add a monster.
Okay, I will chain Ultimate Flame Swordsman, target your Megala.
I will chain Slumber to target it and protect it from destruction.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. I will activate Salamander with chain, targeting Fighting Flame Swordsman.
To equip to it and book.
To give it 700. Yeah, exactly.
I have no response to that.
Okay. I will resolve to book your Megala.
Okay. Resolve to book the Megala. I don't think you still have to banish for Slumber. I'm not 100% sure on that though, but it says target a face-up monster on the field. The next time that monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect this turn, it's not destroyed. Also, it can't attack. Then, after applying this effect, banish the top 3 cards. So I don't think...
if it's that monster, then
I don't think it's applied.
No longer. Yeah, it does not apply.
Okay, so you do not banish 3. Radiant Typhoon Chant resolves to add a Radiant Typhoon... When?
Mm-hmm.
On a new chain...
Well, Megala will be destroyed. Megala will be destroyed by all flames. Oh, wait, no. Because it lost... Is it that card? Destroy... let's see. Oh, destroy it. So,
okay.
Yeah,
it's still gone. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And I take 500?
Yes, you take 500.
Okay. New chain. I have Chainlink 1, Runic Fountain, target 2, and Chainlink 2, Crocea in hand.
Sure.
Okay. Summon Crocea. Put 2 Runics to the bottom. Draw 1. Draw 2. Does anything pierce on your end? No, right?
No.
Okay, then I'll summon it. And then I'll activate Crocea to search.
On how useful this is in this moment. It's not very threatening right now. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That'll add a Mystical Space Typhoon. As well as Radiant Typhoon Eldam.
Sure.
I will MST the set card in between your monsters. Yeah, that one.
I will chain it.
What's that?
It's Fighting Flame Sword. Fighting Flame Sword, it has 3 effects, but the one I'm going to activate is to add a Flame Swordsman card.
That's a quick play spell.
It is a quick play spell.
Nice. Should have used that first turn.
Nope. Hell no. I will not be doing that.
So you're adding Circular, which is nothing this turn, but next turn it's the starter again?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Nothing on res yet. Or like no triggers, rather.
Sure.
Can I continue?
Yes.
I will then... Does any of the face-up cards on your board have any sort of disruption right now? No, right?
No.
No. I will MST the other one.
Oh, that's really bad, actually. I needed this. Damn. Okay. Well.
What's that?
That's Flame Forward Stance. That's the... If a monster is special summoned, I can activate it to book.
Ah, okay. I remember that. Yeah. Okay. Special summon Eldam. Activate effect. Search for a monster.
Yes.
So So far, I've only activated Radiant Typhoon chat. I will add Phonics. Special Swen, activate Swen. To add a spell trap.
Okay.
That's gonna add Radiant Typhoon Vision.
Yes.
Activate Vision to draw 2, discard 1.
Yep.
Discard another Crocea.
Mm-hmm.
Trigger Phonics to summon itself.
Yep.
Activate. Hold up. No, never mind. Not yet. Activate Manifestation to send.
Sure.
I will send Varurun and activate Phonics to shuffle in both your monsters if I can target them.
Yes, you can.
Or will the equip things search again?
This will search again. Yes.
Then let me. Ah, you can have a Flame Swordsman card. It's okay. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Oh, the disrespect. Warranted. Very warranted. Okay. So I will shuffle these in. And then these will go to the grave.
Yeah.
Activate the Salamander.
Yeah, search a spell, right?
Yes, spell trap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do not have another target.
Aha!
Epic.
I will now activate the Fallen and the Virtuous in a game state where it doesn't matter anymore. Sure. I'll send Albion to pop that thing that I don't even think matters, but I'm happy about it.
Okay.
I'll make Totem Bird, and I will proceed to end phase and activate Albion.
Yes.
Set the Fallen and the Virtuous.
All right.
Pass.
All right. Draw for turn. Stand by main.
Yeah.
Effective Dark Flare Swordsman. To
Yeah.
summon itself.
Does the thing you sent for this do anything?
Yes, it does.
What is it?
It can equip itself to a Fire Warrior fusion from the grave.
Okay. Well, I'll activate Runic Tip.
Okay.
How strong is the thing? 21?
22.
22. It does nothing if it's destroyed?
Correct.
Okay, I'll search for Flashing Fire, banish 1 from the top of your deck, and then I'll Flashing Fire it.
You banish Metal Flame Swordsman. I will chain Dark Flare Swordsman, tributing itself for cost.
Oh, it's a quick effect.
It is
awesome.
A quick effect.
Cool. Yeah, fine.
Okay. I'll summon Fighting Flame Swordsman.
Any triggers?
Yes, I'll activate its effect on summon to search for a Flame Swordsman spell trap, or a card that or a spell trap that mentions Flame Swordsman.
But you have a target for that, but not for the other one?
What do you mean for the other one?
The
no. Sorry, the one in grave is it searches for a Salamandra spell trap.
Ah, okay, right. Okay, sure. How big is this guy? 18?
18.
Okay. I have Fountain for 2.
Sure. Okay. Solve to search.
Mm-hmm.
Get Fighting Flame Sword.
That's the Rhoda.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
the Rhoda. Or if an effect targets a Flame Swordsman monster, I can chain to negate that effect. Or when an attack is declared involving a is a flame monster mentioned flame attack is declared involving a fire warrior I control, I can activate it to target a card in the field and destroy it.
Okay.
Please tell me the big bird targets.
It does.
Thank God. Okay. Normal summon Metal Illusionist. Metal Illusionist effect set.
That's on summon?
Yes.
So the card in your hand is the Fighting Flame Sword thingy.
Yes.
Okay, let me activate freezing curses on the illusionist.
Frustrating, but sure.
Banish 3.
Yes.
New chain Phonics. Target both.
Phonics target both.
Yeah.
Am I okay with that? You have one face down.
That is the Fallen and the Virtuous. You know that one.
Yes. That was set last turn.
Last end phase.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Shuffle those. That's fine.
Yep.
Okay, one in hand.
Yep.
Sweet, we got it. We're gonna activate a Salamander with Chain Diffuse.
I did not expect that. Yep. Okay. Is it Miracle Fusion?
Yes. It shuffles them from the grave.
Okay.
To fusion summon Ultimate Flame Swordsman.
Is that the guy that was there earlier?
Yeah.
Does that do anything while it's not equipped?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It is a ignition effect.
Okay.
Well, it does not.
If I destroy this right now, does anything else in your grave theoretically do anything?
No, it does not.
Okay, I'll use the Fallen and the Virtuous. Send Albion and target it.
Yeah, this is where I activate this to negate the effect to target it.
And then I Totem Bird that.
And this is where you Totem Bird. Yep. Okay. As you can see, this one is a little bit more of a fun Genesys deck with the high card quality. But yes.
I feel like it's not a bad end board though. I feel like
the end board is better, obviously, when you see the Max Metalmorph cards plus the Flame Swordsman cards, rather than but there's no way to bridge them, so it's just a fun little pet deck rather than something I would actually seriously take to an event.
It depends on the deck that you play against though, because I feel like my deck just doesn't bother that much with those interruptions.
Right.
Like the books specifically are just not that important for me. But if it's a different deck that cares about the monsters actually staying on the board, because most of the stuff that I do, once the monster hits the board, it's already done its job. Especially the small guys, it's like special, just search the stuff. Crocea, same thing.
Yeah. No, I'm interested to see what they're gonna do with the Radiant Typhoon deck, because I don't know if I think it's pretty fair, and it's obviously very strong, and the fact that it can play triple Pot of Greed is like crazy. But I don't know if they like what it's doing in its current capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how much how many of the Radiant Typhoon decks have been winning like invitationals and stuff?
Well, in the big tournaments, like the day 2 ones, they've made like top 8, but they haven't won. I think Anaheim had 2 in top 8 or top 16, and Sao Paulo had 1. So it's been like decently successful. So the thing is, like, the Fallen is going to get points for sure, and I also think the draw spell gets points anyways.
Yeah.
Because it's just played in a lot of other decks as well. So I think it's going to get like a drive-by hit that way. I think it's probably going to end up at a point where you just can't play 3 Pot of Greeds in it anymore, which is probably a fair way of looking at it. Like I think it's a fine deck. It's just like I think a lot of like basically the way I look at it is like if a deck is very solid or very strong, it shouldn't get to play like any non-engine it wants. Like you shouldn't have the option of putting like if it's a high engine deck and you don't have room for all the hand traps, well, that's not a problem because I can just sink 90 points into 3 Pot of Greeds, which is going to make engines even stronger. Whereas if it's like, let's say it's a very strong deck, but with a lot of space for non-engine, it could just play like all the hand traps. I think both of those things should be exclusive to decks that are a little bit less powerful than this.
That's the thing I actually really like about the design of this format is like, did you see that the tweet about the Mitsurugi deck? It was only like a best of 1 Master Duel version of it.
Yes, I did, and I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, like that is what Genesys really should represent. Is like if you're playing a deck with a strong engine, your non-engine slots should be weaker. Because that was I
thought it was so weird too that people complained about Mitsurugi still being a thing in Genesys, because I looked at that deck and I was like, this deck just plays awesome Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I agree.
Just for context, chat, I can't pull it up right now because it's a DB thingy, but It was someone made a tournament. I believe it was in Master Duel. They played a Genesis tournament, so it wasn't 100% representative of Genesis format, but it was Mitsurugi with one Mitsurugi ritual because it's 60 points, and no prayers.
Yeah, no prayers.
No prayers, and then they played like Manjus for consistency. I don't remember what they used the other 40 points on, because ritual was 60. But then it was just like the non-engine was just like enemy controllers and stuff. It was like, okay, summon a Murakumo, make no links with it, you know, no IP, no Dynamondo, no nothing, and just like set enemy controller and stuff like that. They played like they put points into pre-prep, right? Yes, I think it was 30 points into pre-prep and 60 into ritual, and then 10 for whatever, like 2 draws in the side or something, or Book of Eclipse. I don't remember. But I just looked at that deck and I was like, you know, if this is what Mitsurugi always did, then no one would have a problem with it. It's the same archetype, but the experience you're gonna have playing against that deck is gonna be very different. And I think that's what Genesis is about. Like, these decks still play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, some of these decks can do fancy combos, some of these decks can do long turns, but what you're ending up against at the end is like just much more fun.
Yeah, it's also the idea of like the thing about Genesis format that I like is that you like that is the deck building trade-off that you have is where if you want a deck with a strong engine, you play weaker non-engine, right? Like that is how the format is supposed to, you know, shoehorn you into building a deck. And because a lot of people had this criticism when Genesis first got revealed and started, you know, the initial discussion on it was that all the 100 points is going to be is a hand trap balance, right? It's just going to be like a staple balance.
Right, and that's some decks are doing this, right? Some decks are doing this if their engine has like 0, like Exosister, for example, is doing this. But there's a lot of decks in the format that don't do that.
Yeah, like Radiant Typhoon uses its engine. It uses its balance on engine rather than non-engine.
Yeah.
A lot of decks will use their points on archetypal engine, you know, and I think Mitsurugi is a good example of if you want your engine to be represented by archetypal cards, you spend your points on that and you play weaker non-engine. So I don't know. Genesis has just been awesome. I've been really enjoying just playing fun decks that have a little bit more leg up in this format, even if they're not as good. Certainly like this one, and then
I mean, yeah, but even what you get to play with this deck probably feels a lot better than what you would get if you take this deck to an advanced tournament.
Yeah, 100%. You know, 100%. So, anyway, Josh, thanks for having me on.
Been a pleasure. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to the points update we see on Monday.
Oh yes.
I can't wait to see what they
do.
I
have my first locals on Wednesday for Genesis. They're now doing Genesis locals where I live, so that's gonna be awesome.
Oh, that's what decks have you been playing against in this format when you
well, it's the first one, so I haven't gone to a tournament yet where I'll see like a little bit of everything. The people I test with a little bit I've played against a couple of other Radiant Typhoons. I've played against some Generators, some Vanquish Soul, mostly meta decks I've tested against. But I am excited. I'm more excited about the stuff that's like under the radar, like the stuff that you played today and stuff like that. I think is cool to see. And I think it's far from solved.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You know, definitely not. I mean, it's clear that Vanquish Soul is
okay.
Like,
that part is probably solved. Vanquish Soul right now is probably the best deck, but I think like it's I kind of treat it as like we're still in some sort of like beta phase where they are going to tweak the list a little bit until we reach a certain balance point, and then then.
Yeah, because the first Genesis YCS is going to be in it's going to be in 2026 is what they said.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, so they're probably doing a lot of this phase that we're in right now is a lot of beta testing to see how they can balance it even further before. All right. Well, anyway, thanks Stream. Thanks Josh.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, or start to your day, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, no, it's 1:00 for me.
All right, fair enough. Okay, not too bad. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, wasn't that awesome? That was cool. I enjoyed that a lot. I've been thinking about doing that more frequently, Whereas like I said this a couple days before already, where I should just get people on the stream for like a singular match, whether it's Genesys or Advanced Constructed or whatever. I should just get in contact more with other content creators and just bring them on for one stream. Because how I for one match. Because what I've done in the past a lot is I've like tried to organize like full remote duel streams, which is cool, but it's also, it's first of all, it's kind of draining to play for 5 or 6 hours straight. And it's also kind of difficult to arrange the schedule for an entire day of remote duels. Because it's like, you know, I usually like aim for an hour per match, but then one is faster, one takes longer, and it gets weird. People have to wait. It's in the back of my mind that people are waiting and so on. So I feel like we should just do this more often. Just have one person join me on stream for a game or two or a match or two towards the end of the stream, and then whatever, you know? And so once again, peeps, you're in the chat. Thank you so much for joining today. It was awesome. Feel free to hit me up if you ever want to play some Genesys again in the future or Advanced. And we are probably going to do this more often.